All right. Welcome for joining Group 5 here for their beloved session. If I recall correctly, I think it's session 17. Yeah, session
Group
17.
5, 17, what? 17, what?
Whoa. Yeah, it's
We
exciting.
passed 4 months together, guys.
Yeah, half. It's been a while. Um, so I'll make the recap quite quick because you're filling in player that was obviously in kind of new players, so we're filling in stuff. Or delayed the stream starting. So they all proceeded into the crypt after a horde was seemed to be unleashed in the cemetery, passing through a certain amount of levels here. You've kind of come down into, I would say, like level 3, right? Sub level 3 here. And fighting these kind of hideous blue, kind of meta imbued undead that have arisen from the sarcophagus is about. They've also encountered some gelatinous cubes that have been placed into areas and have actually survived and killed these creatures and seemingly unharmed. I mean, all of you have done really well, and then you've passed through. Now, the second sublevel you kind of snuck through. You didn't really go about it, right? You kind of went directly to the staircase on the other side of the main chamber there. So it's passing through some sort of uniformity, it seems like. Now we've come into this third sublevel, and it's changed. It's definitely not the same, and the creatures have yet to rise from the sarcophagus. At least those that are moving. Some of these are not moving at all. And coming to this particular one, after kind of looking around, this one is actually sarcophagus of Gular Blue, which was mentioned by Marvin as a actual last magistrate with arcane gifts to the Lord Downfalor that was in search of something in the marshes of Unveiling, and actually was doing some very nefarious dealings and had been caught in the act of that, removed from posting, and then attempted to come back into the city, and upon that was put to death. But now, a good point to make about this is that Ular Baloo did have a very long service with the Lord and maybe past postings as well, and it was proper to give them a burial, right, in a specific place of stature, right? And that has shown that respect, even though there was treachery and betrayal, that respect was still provided. It seems to showcase perhaps these Palor worshippers, these devoted to Palor, and how they treat the dead, crimes and things committed. So that's where we're at. Body's not in there, right? Seems there's a note. Body's either taken, removed somehow. And we have yet to really kind of delve into the second sublevel. There might be also other sublevels to this. This is a massive crypt in a holy city. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause it. And that is where we're going to go ahead and start.
Is there a difference? Is there a difference? Do I see between the I don't know what you would call them, the tapestry that hangs over the sarcophagus lids? Um, for instance, I see colored two different colors, and I also see two different patterns.
So in this particular area, it seems that maybe government officials, delegates, and things are relating to this tapestry, which is a silver backing of silk with intricate kind of runic descriptions and depictions. It's not necessarily anything wrote on the sarcophagus except for the common of the names of the individuals. That is written into there. Onto the opposite side, with the purple tapestries, which is the party made way at the last session, looked at those. That's all written in Dwarvish. They have like Dwarvish runes and things, so whoever's buried there are particularly dwarves. Now, on the red tapestries, it seems now looking at that, taking a closer inspection of them, they have very similar to that, and then they have rankings on the red tapestries in the corners. Now, looking at that, taking a little bit closer inspection to them, and that they are actually potentially commanders or soldiers of high ranking that have been buried here and have the names written in common, and the inner parts of them kind of facing together from west to east, right? That's where the names are actually written. Now, the yellow tapestry, it's unclear of what that particularly is. There's not really any names written upon them at all. And the yellow doesn't seem to signify much of anything. It's also not silk, it's cloth. has been strapped down. It's also ribbon and frayed, so it's quickly been kind of cut off and centered onto them. And it's also the most sarcophagus in the room, or also the flanked positions. Could be that they're soldiers, maybe. They have fought for the Talthars that have been buried here. Maybe there was a particular battle or conflict that was very prominent in the history of Sular and or Talthar, and that's why they're buried here. But again, it's unclear. There's not a lot of information to go off.
In Gular's tomb, in Gular's sarcophagus, do we see can we see the underside of the lid, the inside of the sarcophagus lid?
Yeah, so the inside of the sarcophagus lid, after you're kind of turning and looking up at the actual head, you can see that there is a kind of a nice flat piece of stone. It seems to be relatively unhindered. There are a little bit of markings within there. The markings themselves are dwarvish. There's several of them, and they're also kind of weathered in a way that there's different aging towards it, different oxidation levels maybe to the stone, suggesting that someone was checking up on this and then marking. Some time.
What race was Marvin? Marvin was dwarf, right?
Marvin's a dwarf.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
What do you mean?
I mean, all right. Marvin was the only one that knew that we had a stick that was currently conscious.
Right?
He also was the only one that knew when we were going to the tomb or the crypt. And it's kind of weird that suddenly the undead kind of rise up as we get to the crypt. And 3, he's the one that gave us Gular's name. And now 4, there's dwarvish runes inside of here where somebody was checking up on it.
Well, yeah, but I think the dwarvish runes were from. I appreciate a healthy suspicion of Marvin, but I think the dwarvish runes are, in this example, have to do with the construction of this place.
I need both of you to roll intelligence checks.
No.
Pardon, Cresta Ilyar, the Crypt Keeper, is a dwarf.
Oh. Okay, never mind. Ignore the dwarf part. That's just me being angry because I'm pretty sure Marvin stole my stick.
If you would have watched after it a little bit better, probably wouldn't have to worry about this right now, would we, Tard?
Is there a way out of here? Do we know? We don't, right?
Back up the stairs and through one of the other doors.
What was the elevator? Was that the elevator thing that we found? Was that downstairs already, or was it upstairs when we came down?
So at the first and second sublevel, there seemed to be a winch elevator-like mechanism. Again, there's no platform to lower anything down there. We're using kind of eye hooks.
Oh, that's right. The
lids
wagons,
carts, right? They would,
or
the
carts,
wagon,
yeah.
the carts themselves are built to be able to be lowered, and so there's not really a platform to load people per se. It's just cargo and things. Right? The second sublevel lowers down into here. There is a shaft in the main chamber of this particular level that has that same cornered kind of square shaft that proceeds up to the level above. But there is no mechanism for lowering anything down.
Yeah, I forgot it was for the wagon or the cart.
All right, Nereus. You're pretty smart. I hate to say that. What do you think is going on here?
I can't say for sure. But but I find it rather interesting no one has thought that a mass rising of undead doesn't relate back to what we've already heard. Do you not recall the tale of a nearby town being constantly assailed by undead?
Ooh, I do. I think we do, but it would be strange to think that, like, the flow of undead, which seems constant from the swamp, should in this moment find itself here, right? I think this is
Unless
something else happening here.
the swamp has a bigger piece of the staff, the the stick, and this is just a small piece of the stick doing this. Because remember, she did mention that it was a staff, and what we had was definitely not a staff per se. If that twig was the staff of Ashtar, or part of it.
So look, I think we found out what we need to find out down here. There's no body. There's a note. We know the stick is missing. Staff, bark, whatever we're calling it, is missing. We have a suspicion that Marvin, the leader of the guild, the Rogues Guild, or the whatever they are, is the one that might have taken it, because the only other one that knew that we had it, other than somebody that's in a coma right now. Once again, thanks to Tardan. We're down here with all kinds of undead, right? And we need to get out of here and probably see if this stick has something to do with this. So I think we probably have to sneak back up, try to find a way out, and go find Marvin and see what we can do with the stick. Or see if he has the stick, or I mean, maybe even kill him. But this stick seems, or something related to the stick, since nothing was happening before this all came out into the open, seems to be driving everything that's going on.
You're
I think-
asking the wrong question.
Yo, who the fuck was that?
Someone went to all this trouble to keep you from finding something, and you're not going to see what it is.
Hey, random voice, if you could just show yourself, that would,
I assume we know what direction it's coming from, so I'm going to step. But
To prove you're not an enemy, attack Tardan.
He doesn't know which one is Tardan, that doesn't help.
This one.
the loud mouth.
Of
with
course
the flute.
I do. Todd and Salangale of Temeria. Does your family still own that magic shop in Elion?
Alright, now I'm gonna really need you to tell me who you are before...
Oh shit!
Of
Things
course.
get
Where are
real.
my manners? So Athos will drop invisibility. I am Athos Villar. Marvin sent me to keep an eye on your progress. And it seems like you're about to turn back before you find out what this was all really about. Don't you want to see what's further down? There's a mystery here somewhere, buried. Answers, secrets, questions. You have questions, but you have no answers.
I'll be quite honest. I'm really tired of people speaking in riddles and not just coming out and saying what the hell they mean. And all that we know is you have the little piece of the stick on you right now.
Ares of Temeria. I have no stick. I assume this must be the object that Tardan had up his sleeve when you left the cathedral, yes? It seems you had it at one point, and then you did not. I was rather impressed, honestly. It is very hard to do something in front of me without me seeing it. And I did not see who took it. I am not entirely certain it was a person.
Well, since you seem to have more answers than we do, where is this way down that you speak of?
The only way is forward.
Well, Tardan, if you do believe Marvin's behind it, you might as well kill his henchman.
Marvin
I-
had nothing to do with this. He is a useful tool, and he is the guild master, but you are investigating the disappearances, yes? I
Yes.
already know. I'm
Yes.
being polite. Of course. You understand that the guild is a thieves guild, correct?
Not really. I think I do now.
I mean,
Marvin.
We knew it was a thieves guild, yes.
Okay. Good.
yeah,
Then
I'm
we're
pretty
all
sure
on the same
Marvin
page.
told us.
So the people that have been disappearing, up until this most recent one, they are travelers, vagrants, businessmen, people who come and go, those with no attachments to the city. They are very good for guild business. Them disappearing is bad for guild business. It is not in Marvin's interest to impede your investigation into this. It would be in his interest to ensure that you succeed, which is why he paid me a reasonable sum of coin to come ensure that you did that and did not get yourselves killed.
Speaking of coin, there's a lot of coin in that dwarven room. I'm just saying, we can shove it in a bag. Just throwing it out there,
No, you
guys.
can waste it on more useless information, Tardan.
Oh,
Ares
information
is
is
gonna
never
look
useless.
Ares is gonna look at Indigo and say, "I don't think that's something we want to do, is it?"
What else do you know about Gular?
Not much, I'm afraid. Only that there was a person of interest who had gone missing and that you'd been asked to investigate. I am something of a seeker of secrets. I worship at the altar of knowledge and information. I have been tracking a lot of strange machinations across the continent. This was but a more recent discovery. The mass disappearances had caught my attention before even Marvin paid me to keep tabs on you.
And how is it you know so much about us?
Well, I wouldn't follow anyone I didn't thoroughly research. I'd be very poor at my job. I must say, I know the least about you. Only what I've managed to gather in the last few days in overheard conversations.
I would like to poke Athos just to make sure they're real.
Break his finger.
Please chop it off.
How did you get down here?
Same way that you did. I followed closely behind you, unlocked the door, let myself in after you stirred the beasts and made quite a ruckus.
Oh, you weren't a fan of the thunderclap, huh?
I do prefer to be a bit more quiet in my dealings, a bit more cautious. It leads to less death, typically, I find in my experience. Yes?
Well, how do you know that there aren't more of those things farther in?
Oh, we are in a crypt. I'm quite certain that there are. But someone set up quite an elaborate scheme to prevent people from finding whatever it is that is in here, and I don't believe that you found it yet. And I'm simply burning to know what it is. Aren't you?
No.
You don't think that it
Alright.
was? You don't think that the thing to find was the nothing in this sarcophagus?
Well, finding nothing tells you something. It certainly does not tell you something worth protecting. If the thing is gone, what is there to protect?
So you're
The
thinking
secret.
whatever. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The secret that it's not there.
Perhaps. I will concede that is a possibility. It seems an awful lot of effort to do so, though. In the chamber above, there are corridors that lead in various directions. You have not explored those, nor have I. I simply clocked their presence on my way down to check on you. I suspect there could be more answers further in those places.
But there's more zombies in those places, and they're patrolling, which makes me think that you're right. But there's also more zombies.
You're not one to back away from a challenge, are you, Tardan? We know Ares likes a good scare.
Oh, you
I mean,
heard
he's
about
not
his
wrong.
king.
Well, of course, if he's been following us and he asked about us and he knows about us, of course.
You do not talk quietly.
I mean, look, we took care of the group earlier. I don't think taking care of another group would be that big of a deal. And you know, I'm always one that's up for adventure. Takes your mind off of the things, you know?
Do you
Tardan's gonna. Go ahead.
are you proposing that we push on at this depth, or are you proposing that we return to the previous floor?
It would be the level above, I believe, is the way to go farther. I do not think you can go any farther here.
Have you been down here
I
before?
apologize. No, I simply followed you. First trip. Quite exciting. Fascinating.
You don't
But
seem
Marvin
very
was-
surprised by all the zombies here.
Well, it is a crypt. I knew there were dead people. I didn't expect them to be walking around, but once the first few popped up, it only followed that there would be quite a few more.
Well, you should go first, given your keen
Absolutely.
expertise.
Have you
I
seen
recommend
zombies
a
before?
cautious approach. Sure. I've traveled quite a bit. The undead are not unheard of, although usually not in this number.
How about ones that seem to either being led or maybe intelligent?
So, would Athos, having witnessed all of this, have any inclination, or is there some check I can do to see if he would have a broader understanding of the nature of these things or why they all rose at once?
Could make a religion check.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
7.
Jiminy Christmas.
That's really, really high. Okay.
That's he wasn't planning to give you information, but now he's gonna give you some.
Okay, so there is a particular spell that is used to create undead that can create the creatures that you observed inside the cemetery in the crypt. They are created in a similar fashion. However, the spell is not. It does not work in broad strokes. It's once you maybe get a couple of them, several of them, but that's it, right? This happened all at once, it seemed, and it was very eerily familiar to it. In order to do that, it has to be from a source of great divine power to be able to do something. It's to have some sort of conduit to channel that kind of magic through. With a religion check of 27, you would know that this would have to be an artifact of some kind, or it would have to be the Sun Tree itself.
I can tell you that there is absolutely no way that a mechanism of this magnitude could have been perpetrated without the presence of an extremely powerful divine artifact, or somehow even channeled through the Sun Tree itself. Further curiosity to why I think this place bears exploring, wouldn't you say?
Are you saying that you think the Sun Tree is summoning the undead?
Not the Sun Tree itself, but perhaps someone using it as a conduit, or a
Something
source-
magnifying somebody's power type thing is what you're saying.
The corruption that's stopping it from growing, perhaps.
It could very well be that they were linked. That would be an interesting hypothesis. Bears exploring further.
All right, well, let's go stab some stuff because that's about all I can do at this point. So,
Ares will kind of look at the rest of the group and say, I mean, we're already down here. Is this really going to hurt anything? Is everybody still prepared to do this, or is this something that's unachievable? Because there's no point in dying trying to figure it out.
No, I think we should listen to the new creepy guy. We should. There's definitely some more information here, or I should say, there's more tomb here. I think that we've came down here. We've discovered the piece of information that this room has to offer us.
And Ares, if you're scared, your friend Nereus will keep you safe. I believe that's what you called him once. Isn't that what I overheard?
I mean, he's turned out to be more of a friend than you, Tardan, with all the half-truths coming out of your mouth all the time. But scared? Scared is not something that Ares shies away from.
And
Well,
don't
obviously,
worry,
yeah.
another body to walk into gelatinous cubes is a good thing, as far as I'm concerned. So lead on, stranger whose name I won't bother remembering.
Darius of the Isles of Beer. Your aloofness you wear like a shield. Perhaps one day we will find what it is you are protecting yourself from. Shall we?
I'm not surprised you know the most about me.
Always thinks he's the smartest one in the room. Hubris. Sometimes correct. Interesting.
You guys talk too much, and that comes from me. Can we go now?
Is that
I will,
the only?
Go ahead, Harrison, please.
I just really quickly. That is the only door.
This place is massive, so like, don't worry.
Yeah,
we
we
wandered
came
like
in from
all
like
over the place.
way over here.
Yeah.
Oh, we did.
Mhm.
But we snuck past some stuff in one of these rooms, didn't we? Or like over here somewhere or something?
No, that was upstairs.
So,
Oh, okay. Okay.
pronounce your name Athos?
Athos, yeah.
Athos, your passive perception is high enough that you see a shadowy figure begin to emerge from candlelight nearby Ares, and thus it kind of begins to form in the skeleton-like structure. I'm going to go ahead and reveal it to you.
Careful there. Seems we have a visitor.
This ghastly hand begins to form, begins to reach out towards Ares.
Do not touch it.
This is gonna hurt. I'm gonna take a step back.
Take a step back, it slowly begins to move in this incorporeal form and slightly turns over to Nereus, source of light. Begins to kind of move hand very slowly towards Nereus.
As I see that, I will take a shot at it.
And everyone roll initiatives.
Sorry, guys.
My hero.
Ah,
Oh, I got beat on initiative. What is this?
new guy brought the dice.
Yeah, you
Did.
did.
It's easy to be good when you roll well.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and
I was
begin
gonna
combat. Sir Dougal, just FYI, you're concentrating on pass the trace. We've been using that from your arsenal here to kind of sneak around, get around places on detection. Indigo is going to go first. What do we have? Indigo, full snows of my sonic drag. Yeah, Indigo is going to come up, coming for a punch. 14 is going to miss. It's going to go in for a second punch. 3 hits. 8 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. Comes through the incorporeal form, begins to strike into Visage, pushing through with the fist. Then it's going to use the bonus action to go in for a third strike. Unarmed. Gonna get a nat 20!
Let's go.
I love it. 11 points of damage dealt. And then it's going to take advance of the mobile and just kind of begin to sidestep, giving space, seeing that the creature is moving relatively slow, and Corporeal just gets out of the way. All right, Lar, it's your turn.
Interesting. Semi-corporeal. appeared out of nowhere. Seems desperate to touch someone. I do believe we should put this one down. Move into position and attack. Oof.
For the first
Couldn't
strike,
last
very
forever.
10 is a miss as you come through the incorporeal form and seems not strike into anything solid or whatnot. You're unsure as you pull. Nothing kind of dissipates away from the creature.
He will bonus action disengage and move back away.
Okay.
Don't let it touch you. He will end his turn.
Hard, you're up next.
Arden do in this situation? I am actually going to use universal speech to try to get its attention and simply ask, who are you? Where are you from and why are you here? And I'll end my turn in the same spot that I started it in.
Okay. You use your universal speech, begin to speak, kind of talking kind of a weird, odd language as you're kind of coming out and speaking. Sees the creature incorporeal slowly turns and kind of stares in the direction. Help me! Just floats over to you and attempts to touch you. Touches you with a 19. Take 11 points of necrotic damage. Succeeding on the wisdom saving throw for some sort of effect. You're unsure, but as you're touched, it's almost like the hand passes through you and reaches into your very soul, stealing almost your life force. To resist that effect, the spirit just hovers in front of you. Ares, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fire up a sharpshooter shot with a magic arrow at the spirit there, seeing what he's doing and attacking Tardan.
Okay.
Did that go through?
I don't have anything from you.
The hell?
No.
Did you target first?
Oh yeah, that would help if I targeted first, wouldn't it?
Didn't target.
I did not. But I did roll a 19.
You did. 25 hits. 22 points of piercing damage. The magical arrow Litz comes through the head of the spectral figure, removing it as it dissipates its incorporeal form into a gaseous-like visage and just evaporates into the air.
Guys, I don't know what that was, but I don't think that's gonna be the last time we see something like that. Maybe we should get moving.
I told you not to touch it.
Tartan's just gonna look down at
his.
his.
What anyone says.
Tartan's just really confused because he doesn't see any blood or anything, but he felt pain.
On the way by, can I pick up my arrow, please?
You can, yes.
It actually went through the spirit and hit Tardan in the chest.
It could. I was actually worried about rolling a 1 in
time.
that case. So.
All right. Yeah. As we get closer to the exit, I'll take point and scan for ambushes and/or traps or magical badness.
Okay.
Is this the way out? No, this is the other.
Yes.
That's the
Yeah.
way out. Yeah.
Go down
The
and
staircase
then
is in that
to
room. To the right.
right there.
Athos knows this. I don't.
Yeah, I would imagine. But Athos definitely knows. Okay. So passively with your investigation and perception, right? That's kind of what I'm taking here as you're making way. And you've actually just looking around for any sort of things. You do realize the sarcophagus is in this particular chamber you've entered into, as well as the back, right? They're moving, they're shifting. The lids in this particular area are now beginning to slightly being bumped off of the sarcophagus in a very slow manner. So you can hear the shrills and the sounds of the creatures inside, some of the claws and the nails coming up from the crevices of the sarcophagus, as they begin to detect the smells, perhaps, of your presence. None of Foley have emerged outside. Some of the chest trinkets on top of the sarcophagus sort of get hit off and bounce into the ground. Large clatters and things coin from the chest is just kind of thrown about. keep the perception, keep looking. You don't see any sort of traps. Your passive perception is actually high enough that you are able to see the Gelatinous cubes inside of the second sublevel, just FYI. So you just could see that there's those cube-like structures were there, as well as observe the fact that the party had fought one. Beyond that, there's nothing that you see in this particular space that showcases to you that there'd be traps or any sort of hidden areas, and your eyes are kind of staunch and looking.
Shall we move on then? I suspect there will be further conflict above. I keep going into Maldor voice. It's going to take a minute.
Are they both are you doing the similar voice to them, or are they supposed to be separate?
Well, Athos is like higher pitched and not quite the same accent, but I keep drifting back into the other one.
Yeah, you start getting that bloodthirsty vibe.
Yeah, I'll start just randomly murdering people. You'll know I've gone full circle.
Okay, so what's the march order here as you are proceeding?
I will be last, as well, I guess. Makes sense.
Harrison, you want second or third?
I'd like to be standing between the new guy and the party.
Okay.
Okay.
So
And I'll
Nereus
take
would
third.
like Indigo between him and Tardan.
okay.
Keeping that distance, huh, Nereus?
I mean, can you blame him?
All right, so we're gonna
No.
Athos, Sir Dougal, Tardan, Indigo, Nereus. Okay. Make sure I got that. So put your tokens down.
Lightning bolt.
We get hit by a 5th level chain lightning, and we're all dead.
That's a 6th level spell.
Oh. Rip.
It only hits 3 targets.
Does it only hit 3 targets?
The whispered voice
I-
of shame.
Oh, I might be the smartest person in the room after all.
You know,
Look, I never said I was the smartest.
True.
Probably the smartest thing you've ever not said.
Oh my god.
there's a certain profundity to that
All right.
statement.
So
Oh,
you had descended from the particular space above about 45 feet or so to get into that third sublevel, if you will. So you have to go 45 feet back up to the actual space here. As you're kind of going cornered off to the staircase, Lar, you are the first one to come into the space and look about. Passively, with your perception, you can actually hear some of these creatures, and you hear the noises of these creatures coming from the north and the west, and some of them from the east and the south, right? There's corridors that are in each center part of the northern, western, eastern, and southern walls sections here. And those corridors, just like a T, right? That's all it is. And you can hear those sounds coming from those spaces. Your eyes are centered on perhaps the cubes. You don't see any cubes in the space as you look around, so no cube seems to be in the central chamber here. And then you're also looking for those ghastly and corporeal figures, and you don't particularly see the actual figures at the present moment.
I will attempt to stealth ahead, maybe 50 feet or so. Trying to get a better look at the place.
Stealth check, please.
Pass without a trace.
He doesn't have it.
Hmm.
you would have to recast it, I think.
Yeah, you'd have to recast
Bullshit.
it.
It's,
Bullshit.
Then, even then, if he goes away from you a certain amount of feet, it actually doesn't.
It drops.
It goes away. 14. Okay.
so which way did we come in originally that he would know?
That staircase ascends.
From the stairs. Okay. So we haven't been down any of the corridors.
No,
Okay.
none around here. I will give you a description
Well-
of this space very briefly before you all begin to move. I think that's probably accurate since new player, right? You have not been able to observe this. So, the 4 statues that are centered, that central pillar that is coming down, it seems to dedicate to independent royal families and paladins that have lived in Othema. They're constructed about 20 feet into the air. The original ancestors are kind of placed into these sarcophagus in front of the statues, and for all to be able to recognize as they traverse. The language is Concomitant, also translates to celestial upon these sarcophaguses. It seems from your perception, just looking about, that the design of this level is similar to the one of, right? You have sarcophaguses wrapping around like layers. They seem to be opened up to the northwest, east, south, west, east, and southern kind of main corridors. But one thing that you noticed upon coming into this area and also being able to scout ahead stealth-wise, waiting for the rest of the party to descend and kind of holding on to your position, is that you noticed that there were stone and metallic doors on the ends of the main corridors, far off to the north, or far off to the west, as far to the south from this beach, something that actually deferred from the sublevel above. The ceiling height in this space is roughly 30 feet. And that drops down just a little bit, but not too much. That ceiling height is maintained. The reason why is because the sarcophaguses are 3 stacked within the actual layered areas. Your passive perception is high enough, Alar, that you see there's Gelatis Cube to the northern corridor. It seems to be sitting there, occupying the space.
And is this a trap door to the east there, or what is that?
So that is resembles what we were referring to as the elevator kind of shaft, right? So if you actually pull those doors open, you have 2 winch-like mechanisms that have the hooks, right? They can hook onto the carts, those wheelbarrow-like things, and they can be lowered down. Seemingly that's how they are actually transporting tools, supplies, and bodies down.
Cool. Okay. So just quietly point to the cube to the north and just... There's a guard there.
Did you say he's going to kill us if we go north?
I
We're
wasn't
got hand
listening.
signals.
That's definitely what he said.
Shh. Stop talking.
6 of the creatures on all fours just slightly, they're just walking forward. They seem to disappear around the bend.
Okay, cube to the north, zombies to the west. Cube to the
Another
south.
cube in front of you.
To the east.
Hey, Nereus, do we stay in the stairs again?
I'm waiting for it to go.
Athos will motion to follow and move back to the west, since that seems like the least terrible option at the moment. Kind of wait for everyone to catch up a little bit.
We can pretend Indigo's moving, I guess.
It's difficult. It's difficult to move player characters and monsters at the same time.
Do you just want to? I mean, do you just want to say he's in front of Nereus for now?
I'm gonna remove Indigo's token from the board.
Okay.
We're gonna theater mind that Indigo's with you, and I'll place the token that way. Okay. So
Why is there Dougal over there?
I'm gonna have to reload my browser, but I'm definitely between. I'm gonna try to stay between the Athos and the group. Oh, that's much better.
Takes a quick look up and down the tunnel, sees some things scurrying away, motions people to hurry quietly further in. We'll examine the door. Does it appear to be locked, trapped, dangerous?
it does appear to be locked. There's not an intricate lock to it. It just seems to take a kind of a wrought iron-like key at the base of the actual handle.
Check it for traps or arcane machinations.
Okay. Please make a perception or investigation check. 6. Does not appear to be trapped. Seems to be quite a common stone metallic reinforced door, similar to the actual crypt entrance, which took a key that actually came from a key ring that you know from observing them inside of the Mountainside Tavern that they had taken from Crespo.
It was a 16 to hand back. The key, please. I could pick it, but this will be faster.
Aries, you have that key.
You guys are whispering. I can't hear words you're saying. I'm looking backwards, protecting our rear. I'll move up. I'll hand him the key. And as soon as he unlocks it, I'll put my hand out like...
Oops.
And then I'll go back to the rear once I have the key.
Okay. So you give him the key ring?
Mm-hmm. I unlocked the door and I handed it back.
You kind of find the key within the ring. There's a lot of to kind of try some of them, but you're able to figure out, based on the lock that you're seeing, what key it might relate to. Your proficiency in thieves' tools, and you're able to find that key, put it in, turn it, and so you do hear kind of a mechanism, potentially maybe like a lock bar at the back end, kind of turn like a slight gear. It seems to have unlocked.
Is there like a 1, 2, 3 wait for the explosion to not happen, or
Oh,
Or
you don't
just bum
trust
rush
me?
in.
I checked it first. I will proceed down the stairs, continuously still checking for any manner of badness.
Okay. Aries, upon coming into the door, you actually were able to observe a few of these creatures, several of them that actually were proceeding south from the corridor to your north. Do not seem to run at you, move at you. Looks like you may be ducked into the door at the nick of time here. Lars, you're
Does the door...
Go for it.
I'm sorry. I was saying, does the door seem like it would lock from the inside as well?
Yes, you can actually manually put that lock bar to brace the actual door on the back end, which is how this is kind of locked. It seems to have some sort of bar that comes across, and you can see that in the seam of the door. It fits into a groove in the stone, so between the actual cobblers. So you can actually maybe just turn that gear that's there. There's no actual handle there, but you can imagine if you just kind of crank the gear instead of the key at the other end, you can actually slot.
So I'll do a couple of cranks on it and see how loud it is first.
Not very loud, seems well lubricated. You're going to be able to turn it. It kind of makes a little bit of ticking sounds, but nothing too major sound.
I will slowly and as quietly as possible go ahead and lock the door behind us.
Okay. You're already proceeding down. The staircase seems to descend as it ravels into the tight corner of the back end of this small chamber. There's candles that are lit in the same type lamps that are there. They're burning kind of with this spectral pinkish flame, right, that's moving about, dancing, providing that ghastly light. As you're now proceeding down, you're moving down the staircase. I'm going to go ahead and place your tokens and... scene. Yeah. So the stone staircase descends to about 60 feet, it seems. You're kind of rounding around in a very tight pattern. Eventually it opens up into a very similar small chamber here, and you have a facing of a door. This door, though, does not seem to have a lock on the end. You're not getting any sort of kind of keyhole or anything that would take a lock. In addition, it's not really that metal reinforced. There is some bracing to the door, but there's nothing that would resemble a reinforcement, more of decor, or some sort of brace, maybe just even for the ceiling. It's the structure itself.
I will examine the door, try to discern if it is trapped or has arcane protections.
You can make another investigation or perception if you'd like. 21. This door does not appear to be
Jesus
trapped. There's no
Christ.
tripwire. There seems to be no runes you're finding on the stonework. It seems to be just a common door.
Are you sure you've never been here before?
Well, I've seen plenty of doors before. They do tend to share a lot of common characteristics. This one does make me nervous, though. Maybe stand back a tick.
On that note, I'll go back around the corner a little bit, and I'll give room for Nereus.
Once everybody's backed up a bit, I will open the door.
Okay.
And one day I will make it through the door.
You must go diagonal through my doors.
I tried that and somehow it bounced the first time.
The doors always get you.
So, as you pass into this space, you can see that there are these kind of statues and pillars into the corner of the space. The small corridor here has a 10-foot ceiling, and then the chamber itself is about a 30-foot ceiling. The stone pillars support that ceiling. The statues work themselves up. These white marble statues work themselves up to that ceiling as well. Now, at the center seems to be a stone staircase that leads up to a 3-foot stone staircase that leads up about 3 feet to a sarcophagus that is neatly arranged and beautifully covered in tapestry. This purple mirage, kind of silverish color to it, has intricate kind of notes upon the sarcophagus. It's covered. Now, the actual covering of this is gnomish. It seems to have riddled with gnomish runes. And for those that can speak gnomish, I'm trying to look back as far as languages are concerned. I don't think anybody can speak gnomish. Someone does, they can correct me. But Nereus and Valar, with your passive, as far as your arcana, is that these runes themselves. Do you speak Turdugal?
No, I'm just frantically trying to open my.
I checked your languages prior to this. I want to make sure. I just want to,
As
if
if anybody
I
would
can-
speak such a terrible language as Gnomish.
As
That's
you
me
do.
as a player.
Yeah, as you as a player, exactly. But is it ever needed? So passively, these gnomish runes seem that they're magically orientated. You might have seen these in particular spells. Unsure of what the spells are because you don't speak gnomish, but they also, and related to texts, if from both your backgrounds as well as your past arcana, is that they all these texts all relate to time for these spells. So if you've ever seen these kind of the spells, then you'd be like, okay, they're kind of time related, time magic, clergy magic, but you don't speak gnomish, so you can't understand specifically what those spells are, or if they have any sort of impact or effect on the sarcophagus itself. Now, the tapestry is denoting the importance, and the actual tapestry over this seems to signify, for Nereus, you have seen that this tapestry is worn by several individuals that have made way into the Wizard's Keep, that it's from those that have trained or schooled in Felgim, wizarding school that is on the Isle of the Blessed. The aura that's being emitted, as you can tell, there is no candles that are lit with any sort of ghastly flame in this particular chamber you're entering into, and there's also this aura that is emanating out around the sarcophagus, similar to like a bubble of some kind. It's a sphere. It's kind of shimmering and shaking. It's this white, almost sunlight vibrant, as it's kind of merging and moving around. You don't see anything passively with perception. So you don't see any of these incorporeal ghastly figures. You don't see any sort of undead. The sarcophagus in front of you isn't moving either. There's nothing about the space.
Before anyone does anything stupid, let me try something.
Make sure Tard's not around.
If only. And he'll raise his right hand and kind of lazily flick it in the direction of the lid and use his ring of telekinesis to attempt to lift the lid of the sarcophagus up.
Okay.
And
So you raise your ring, channeling the magic. You see the sarcophagus begin to kind of move. As it does, a figure actually absorbs the light of it for a brief moment and it begins to form. It seems that this figure is a gnome wearing a beautiful robe, but you don't have no colors, right? So you understand, but there's definitely accents to the robe, shoulder pads and things. They have a crooked kind of quarterstaff they're kind of holding, using as a walking stick. They're shaking a little bit, noting age perhaps. This long, cracked, kind of scraggly hair is wiry as it comes down. There's also a kind of a tip to the nose and this weathered features you're able to observe even without color. The eye sockets aren't really eyes, they're mainly just kind of these white figments with inside of the sockets as it begins to form. And then a voice begins to emanate out from this figure. Well. Hello.
Oh,
Can you not disturb my body, please? Yes, no, baby.
that's you, Nereus.
who are you?
That's a good answer. I like the question. That's good. Yes, well, my name is Magistrate Withalda.
Well, I'm from the Wizard's Keep as well, so
I wasn't really particularly studied at the Wizard's Keep, but I was second professor at Velgum. Yeah. Why am I here? Turns around, looks.
Oh dear.
Oh! No, that's not quite right.
can you tell us what spell is cast on this place?
Well, I can assume that from this aura that protects me and allows me to be here, I'm not entirely sure what else is going on. Oh, yes. I remember now. Come gather, come here. Come around.
I swear, if he says the chosen ones, I'm shooting a firebolt at him.
Can
Wait,
I
it's-
ascertain if he's being genuine or if he seems like he's up to something?
As far as pronouns are concerned, you're
Or
unclear
they.
if it's a he, she, or even
Sure.
a they. I think there's just not a lot of information to go off in terms of that. But you can describe any which way you would like this. So, what are you stating here? Real quick, sorry.
He's trying to get. They are trying to get us to gather. I just want to try to tell if this seems on the level or if this is like a come here so I can murder you all.
With your passive insight is extremely high. So just getting from the information, it seems that they're a little bit caught off guard from being here, and maybe memories of why they're actually supposed to be here and emerged here are coming back to them like in real time.
Athos will move forward.
Wait, it's not because he's dead? Just seemed that was to Dougal an obvious answer, right?
How close do you want us? You want us to touch you? We can touch you.
Just around, I
Stop touching
suppose.
things.
I was sent here by Pelor to help you. That was what I'm here for. And I can see that you have been, well, some of you anyways, a little bit more wounded than others. Tired, yes, fatigued. Come, don't be afraid. And you who moved my lid.
It's still
you-
just hovering there.
You said you studied at the Wizard's Keep?
Not so much studied as I suppose excelled and was a prize pupil.
Who was your headmaster? Who was your instructor? What school?
The best one, of course, enchantment.
I always had a knack for enchantments, but my calling was to chronology. Felgen, feel you. Good, you're all out. That's good. Stabs the staff into the sarcophagus. This flush of sunlight, daylight begins to embrace all of you. You all occur a long rest. Not a new day, though.
Oh.
As it's hit into you, you seem to be rejuvenated by the light as it's healing your wounds, and you feel as yourself kind of coming back to a previous condition as if you're rested and you regain some of the energy that you expelled previously. You can feel the daylight across your face. You feel the warmth and the tickle about the rays around your skin. After that is done, you see Rathala just kind of crumple and sit down on all fours, and not all fours, but cross kind of the legs and kind of throw the quarterstaff over the legs there and kind of sit down, just lower the head. If I could breathe, I would be breathing a lot right now. That was quite a rush.
Fascinating. Time shifting. It's quite a
Wait.
gift. It is not often you get back time on your life. We are in your debt.
It's possible he took many days, if not months or years, from us with that spell.
No, don't be silly. I was brought back by Pelor Gomain for a specific reason. To help you all, there was a tragedy that has befell. One of Pelor's greatest avatars, the Sun Tree. Now, as far as it's planted and concerned, it's a conduit of great power. It was brought here for a specific purpose, and that purpose has yet to be completely fulfilled. There's many that move against it, many that would dare to destroy it. It is being used, Eskert. Somewhere within here I can sense its presence and felt, but I cannot move out of this area, or I will be brought and used by whatever is harnessing the Sun Tree. This is a
So-
protection of Pelor.
Whomever has caused this condition is somewhere within this script, then.
I believe so. It would make the most sense. Wash of power.
I told
and
you there
wave
would
of
be
magic.
answers further down.
Sun Tree is very connected to the interwebs of the underneath the city. If there was ever a place to have it happen, it would happen here. Now, I do must say one thing to you all, and one thing very much. Now, you must be honest with me here. You cannot lie to me. Okay? No
Are you
lie.
gonna tell me it's all my fault? They tell me it's all my fault.
No.
You've not aged well, if that's what you were wondering.
Are you sure? I was really worried about that one. How'd you know I was going to ask that? You were well
This
trained
may
at the
be the-
Wizard's Key.
This may be the first person Nereus has ever liked.
How long have you been dead?
I have been died of old age nearly 56 years ago. I lived a
Well,
well,
that's not
humble
that long.
life. I was actually head magistrate to King Gorn Talthar after my time as second professor in Felgen.
Do you know the name Gular?
Ulabaloo sounds like someone I had long ago. Young in place. Cannot put the name to something. But if I recall, they were third magistrate to the People's Palace after I retired. Wow.
You were going
No.
to ask a question.
My
Oh.
question. Well, you answered my
Right.
question. I was asking if I aged well. See, on the Isle of the Blessed, the Isle's waters had a finicky with time. Live a lot longer on the Isle. And the whole school was really kind of devoted to studying this distortion. It seemed to come from the waters, as far as we were able to tell. And, well, there was a well, as we call it, the Well of Nine Realms. It seemed to be interconnected to the Isle's waters. It seemed to be the epicenter and flow of this distortion. I never quite really pick exactly where it was. Begins to trail off,
I mean, I'm-
muttering to themselves.
Just gonna say, for a guy that's been dead for 50-something years, pretty good to me.
Oh, well, you come here, you handsome devil, you. Hmm?
So the Blessed Isle in chronology. It sounds very, very similar to what we would refer to the Isle of Torment.
And,
The timekeepers, I believe, were powerful wizards.
in time, not wish to remember, but studied. Indeed, they did. They uncovered, and yes, it was eerily similar. Of course, we did not succumb to whatever they did to harness that power.
Indeed.
We kept our tax, we learned from history, and we continued our research, and made sure that the entire world was protected. We were able to find
Such is
out.
the nature of knowledge, is always to be striving, learning from mistakes, growing, expanding. Must find the answers.
Fortunately, there isn't most answers there on Felgum. Felgum was disbanded and destroyed by the Telthars.
So you've been instructed by Paylor to help us in any way possible.
I have been instructed by Paylor to aid my magic, my studies in the arcane, through a channeled spirit, to restore yourselves in your attempt at whatever you are going to do. And, well, I would hope put a stop to all of this.
Indeed.
Well, I'm sure you were buried with some of your magical effects that could be of use to us.
You wish to take something of mine?
Borrow.
Borrow, really? Well, I'm sure that if you were School of Enchantment at your age in the Wizard's Keep, then there is a name Billsby? Yes?
Yes.
Well, if you were trained by Billsby, you probably won't return this particular stuff. But I will loan it to you, and I will hope you bring it back, and if you don't, oh well, perhaps it'll go to a better service. You raise the sarcophagus lid.
Yep.
Okay. So he's raised the sarcophagus lid using the ring spirit of all that continues to be on the top end here, and as you kind of pull it off, you see the decayed and frayed body that is there. Now, this particular item that you see here, the staff that is sitting nearby here. I'm going to go ahead and give you a description of what it is. Beyond that, you have the decayed robes and things. There isn't much else kind of in addition to that. So this particular staff that you're finding in here is referred to as a staff of warding. It's also inscribed in a language that you're actually able to speak, which is common upon the staff, calling it warding. And it has a kind of this bluish metallic rod, and then fits into a kind of crescent moon shape down with a teardrop kind of emblem. Now, as the staff there, as you kind of look in it, and you kind of pick it up, it doesn't shimmer. It doesn't kind of have anything that's really coming off of it. But you immediately feel that there is something that it wants to attune to, that the item itself is kind of pulling you to attune to it. So you kind of grab it and hold it. It's very small, right? Because it's fit for this node. You're kind of holding it down a little bit and whatnot. And as you kind of hold it there and you're being pulled to attune, you eventually kind of lower the sarcophagus lid down, right? And kind of close it. Beyond that, there isn't much about as far as trinkets. There's some rings and an amulet, right? But the particular staff is what draws you and your attention. In addition to Berthalda kind of applauding you and kind of noting that the staff is what you need to take. Because you have in your possession, again, that pull towards you to attune.
There's some rings and an amulet, Tartan, if you want to pick him clean like you were earlier from some of the others.
Nope, I got my diamond. I'm good.
You think he'd mind if we took the rest of it?
He's literally right there. Are we really grave robber? Like, it's fine
It's
if they
not
attack
grave
us.
robbing if you talk to them, Tartan. That's why I asked.
And I'm just saying, it's not like I'm cutting this out of his chest or off of his body or anything like other people did. I'm asking if we could take the rest of it too. I mean, some of us don't have, you know, thousands and thousands of gold pieces to waste on useless stuff, Tardan. Okay? Not all of us are highborn elves.
You're a part of this party. Some of that money is yours.
I mean, I wasn't there when you guys got it, and I wouldn't frivolously spend the money on just any kind of thing out there like information or something
Hey,
useless
no,
to the
can
party.
you shut him up? Can he have your jewelry, please?
Why would you have any necessary of my jewelry? It's my beauty.
He's broke.
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's flat honest. I'm broke. My last job didn't pay so well.
Well,
I'm
maybe if you were nicer to your commanders.
So you're in need of coin?
Yes.
Right, yes. So you have come all this way, and this is what you're asking me is for coin. So your friend here, the staff is very powerful. The staff of warding. It has the abilities of not only imbuing you with protection across your body in the form of a barrier, but also in that it can be used to counter spell and use the shield spell when needed. Also has some high level magic towards you, Nereus. It could be used to cast Glyph of Warding. Should it? It's not need necessarily material components to use it. Require some time though to use this spell. This still, Glyph of Warding generally takes a period of time in order to work. But for you, give me the face a little bit. Bring my ring back.
Would I bring the ring back?
Yes, if I give you some of my jewelry, are you going to bring it back?
Absolutely.
I know this one was trained by Billsby, the staff already wanted to come back, and that's all right. That'll do. But my jewelry is what makes me beautiful, yes? But
I would like to
absolutely.
discern if Ares is telling the truth about bringing it back.
So you're telling the truth by bringing it back?
Yeah, I would bring it back. If he's not alive, I'm probably not leaving it with him.
So he's gonna come back, pay respects to the dip again.
And then leave with it again.
Okay, well, I mean...
Ares is known for kind of telling the truth.
Yeah, I think at this point, with your passive insight, Ares isn't making a deception check, and you can kind of get that vibe what they've just described. I don't care.
Sure. I was just curious.
All right, can we let this? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Michael.
I suppose so. You're not going to cut my body up, are you?
Somebody else in the group does that, not me.
Are you going to attack us?
Why would I attack you? What's the point?
Then no, I'm not going to cut your body up.
You cut the bodies up of everybody who's attacking you. That sounds exhausting.
No, just when they have stuff that I want inside them.
How many people carry useful things inside? Well, that's not fair. I've butchered many an animal, I suppose. That's all relative.
Did you not see? You followed us down here. All the bodies had jewelry on them that attacked us.
Honestly, just thought you were doing that for kicks. I'm kind of glad to know that there was something in there.
Yeah, I found this nice little diamond. I'm gonna hold up my diamond and look through it and play with it in the light now.
I wonder if this wouldn't be a good person to ask about the stick.
I mean, he probably would be.
Can somebody prestidigitate or maybe some minor illusion magic to help illustrate our question?
Let's see what illusion magic do we got here? I will cast a minor illusion to kind of make the stick in my hand, and I will ask if the gnome has ever seen this before.
Okay. Squints the eyes. I don't believe I've seen anything like that.
How about the
Ooh.
Staff of Ashtar?
Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I recall there was a entire department, if you would, faction, if you would, call it whatever you want, organization, inside of the People's Palace, an office, was dedicated purely to the collection of Pale artifacts, religious artifacts, magical artifacts. They were known as the Collectors. They were designed to hunt and fetch and gather this and store within the People's Palace and keep it under the watchful eye of the Telthars, so it would go and haphazardly go about the world. The Staff of Ashtar was a very, very sought-after item by them. They were desperate to find it. After Battle of the Twin-Winged Fires, it would seem that Staff was never used or heard of again. Long speculation that it was trapped inside of one of the Black Hands temples, known as the House of the Black Lord, but of course you would never know. Formation of Lafstir Mountains, separation of Alara, but anyways, business I never doubted. I had more important tasks.
Well, would a piece of the staff be capable of causing this mayhem, per se? Theoretically.
I would imagine so. Staff of Ashtar proposed and speculated to be extremely powerful. It thought that perhaps it was pieces of the Sun Tree, imbued by Bane's domain, directly from the celestial deity themselves.
Assume the
Sheer
more
amount of
important
force.
task you talk. Sorry.
I was saying the sheer amount of force required to splinter such a powerful artifact is terrifying to imagine.
Indeed. Terrifying, that's why it's sought after. An artifact that's powerful. It's described as putting unwilling souls into bodies and then resurrecting them. That is power that would be at the very heart of fear of the Telthars. And it defies everything the Sun God stands for.
And I assume you say you had more important things to do because this is either thought to be the Staff of Ashtar, that is, a rumor or possibly something that was lost for time and never to be found again?
No. Dear. I was a magistrate. I was head magistrate to a king. It was my duty and my honor to protect thy king against matters of the arcane. It was not to fetch trinkets or artifacts from unknown and foreign places to keep track of them. It was my dealings of putting the wards, glyphs into the People's Palace's walls, maintaining study for the Justicars, an elite group of paladins, understanding what threats might lure from the reckoning. That was my task. There's many, I would suppose, strayed in Felgum. Felgum was destroyed and disbanded. There was many that looked upon me and said, "You hypocrite, why would you stand for the Telthars now, and after they have destroyed our school and slaughtered innocents?" That change what happened within. After all, you'll continue to fear something you don't understand, right? Gain the knowledge to never fear it again.
So, I would ask a boon of you, Noel. An answer, the most valuable thing one can offer. You mentioned that the Sun Tree was put here for a purpose, and that it had not yet had its opportunity to do so. Can you tell us what that purpose is?
Yes, well, now I spent some time in Pelor's domain. Pelor did not really speak to this purpose, but mentioned that it was necessary, that the Sun Tree is a seed of Pelor's divine magic. It is essentially an avatar without any knowledge of past events and memories. And it was sent here in the time of creation, millions and millions of years ago. This time, it seems, that there was reason that needed, that there was a battle between deities, influence over the prime material worlds, that this tree is only the reason why Pelor's was able to maintain their influence upon Antara City.
So it would seem to be quite a literal conduit from his domain into ours.
That is correct, but without any sort of knowledge or memories of anything of Pelor's domain. It serves and operates as its own independent entity.
Fascinating. Thank you.
Shall we let the old gnome sleep and go finish what we started?
I feel like that is a fitting suggestion. A wise statement coming from Todd. Well done, sir.
Why do you guys think I'm... whatever. Can we just go?
I just made an observation.
Look, new guy. Lead the way. Go beat the meat shield that you're meant to be, okay?
Oh, I prefer not to get hit. That sounds quite unpleasant. Shall we?
Do you have any descendants that you know of that you would?
What do you mean?
Like us
Descendants?
to, like
I
us
have
to
children?
carry on. Yeah, to carry a message to them, or
There is one, but they have long died, a loved one of sorts. They have long perished, and I had not seen them after the Felgrim was destroyed. They were headmaster at the time. The name go by Headmaster Polrig.
Headmaster
know.
Polrig.
It'd be nice to know what happened to them, but I'd imagined Polrig escaped and helped many refuge, and eventually died of old age like myself.
Well, if there's a message you like us to carry, we can carry it for you if they're still alive. If not,
Oh, you could just say they're long past, my dear. They're long past. They were older than I was. I died from old age. There's no way that Polrig would still be alive, not for some sort of magical means, and even that was well outside of the bounds of his magic.
well, thank you so much for your attention. It's been
You're welcome.
priceless.
And if you have any other questions, I'm here to answer them. And I do hope that once you get this under control and find out whatever's doing this, that we can help all the rest of the city. As they're currently under attack, and lots are dying.
It was
Good luck.
Tartan's fault.
I'll tell Bisbee you say hello.
Wonderful. Farewell. Bye. trying to get the staff under control because the effect was not actually set up properly. So a little bit complicated as far as this item is concerned. That should work now. Okay. All right, so Nereus, I'm going to go ahead and throw in this staff into your inventory and we'll see describe what it can do. It's a little bit complicated. So it's referred to as a staff of warding, right? It has a description. So the staff has 6 charges, so we're gained 1d4 charges at dawn. Once attuned, it provides +2 armor class. That's what that pull of attunement it's kind of pulling you towards, essentially to kind of bond with you and then give you the armor class. It is a quarterstaff, so it can be wielded like quarterstaff. So I swung around if you need to swing and hit things with it. The staff can be used to cast the following spells, and then each spell, if there is a spell save DC, it'll be a 15. That's what it can do. So Sanctuary, 1 charge, Shield at 1 charge, Counter Spell at 3 charges, and Glyph of Warding at 3 charges. The staff, like many other magical items, I didn't put this into the text of the item when I created it, but it will, once the charges are used from it, it's destroyed, right? It just crumbles up and then becomes dust. So it kind of is one of those situations where it has very limited charges. It's still a powerful item, right? Because it has those spells all within it and can be used, but definitely has kind of limited charges to it. This is something that you are going to attune to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Nereus would in this situation.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and tune to that, equipped. You're also proficient with quarterstaff, something like that. And then you should see that your AC has gone up by +2, so your AC is actually 17 as of current, if I recall correctly. And then as far as casting the spells from the item, it's a little bit tricky. But if you go into the item, you can actually see that there is the spells listed within there, and that you can use it from that in your spell book. So you go into the item, you can see the magic item tab, you can see the spells underneath there, and then in your spell book, you should actually be able to see those 4 spells now in your spell book at the bottom. As far as translating this to your actual hotbar, you should see them in magic items to the tab, and then it should show you the 4 spells that are there.
Got it. Thanks.
All right, and then the ring, Ares, that you're able to get, the one that was directed for you to take, is a ring of protection, which I'm putting into your inventory.
Hey, let's go.
This ring will need to be attuned to as well and equipped. Is that something you're doing?
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and do it.
Okay, so I'm going to tune you to it, make you proficient. Then I'll also have to adjust your global saving throw here because you have +1 to that. Save +1. Cool. All right. So as you begin to depart and begin to leave the space, you see Bethal is still there. The same spectral kind of form is just sitting there, just watching as you all leave, and just kind of waves and gives you a little bit of a kind of a thing, and you can always return back to this character, unsure if they can unleash the same magic as they did before, as a kind of fatigued and tired, whatever spiritual form that they used to do that. So as you all are going to proceed up stairs, seeing that there's no disturbance or other kind of things that are about that area. One thing that Indigo with passive insight, passive perception, as well as Aethys Volarus, what you can see is at the back of the chamber, on the wall, okay, there was bits and pieces of brick stone that have been pushed out a little bit. So there's some brick, right, that has, because it's not a solid flat piece of stone, but it's brick. And so you can kind of see that it's kind of pushed out a little bit. And as it's pushed out, you can see some of the grout, some of the dirt, right, kind of now kicked up on the floor. With your particular passive perception investigation, you didn't see that there was some sort of hidden secret entrance or door or anything. It just seemed like the wall itself, as it spanned, that great distance of that rectangular chamber, there was just kind of a random assortment of them, right? There was no pattern to it, and it was just some of them had been kicked out like that.
And that was in the chamber with the sarcophagus, the main chamber.
That was in this chamber you just came from. So that was at the back other side of the sarcophagus at the center. So just giving you that observation that because you spent good time inside of the room as well as Indigo, but Indigo's not here with us. So
yeah, I think Athos would probably go look at that. He wouldn't let that lie.
Okay. Dying right now. Ugh.
Yeah, I saw that you were about to cough, and then I asked you a question. I was like, man, that was poor timing. Like, go ahead, take your time.
Yeah, I was trying not to talk during that because my throat was going crazy, but it seems okay now.
Yeah, I would probably just pick one of the loose-looking stones and sort of examine around it, see if it's pulled out or comes out or.
Okay. So as you're kind of finicking with the stone, you're kind of shifting it. It's still inside. There's still a lot of weight to it, so you're not really able to get it too out. But you're looking in the cracks. You can see that there is a force of potentially erosion that has kind of pushed itself and it kind of hit. So the actual earth itself shifted and pushed it outwards.
Tree roots.
Indeed. Power of Palos strikes again. Okay, he is satiated.
Not as well constructed as I thought.
Nothing is constructed well enough for time.
Before we continue, and I'll turn to Athos. What color are my eyes?
Ooh.
Sorry, not sorry.
So rolling the saving throw with a 14, you have failed. Seems you're put into an incapacitated trance-like state. Cenarius begins to entice you with their gaze, as well as giving you a slight call, singing voice that emanates outwards. You want to play it?
Let's use this time to talk about what we're going to do with our new friend before it's in front of him.
Thought we were using him as a meat shield.
After that, Tardan.
Actually, kind of like them.
Make him take us to Marvin so I can find out who Marvin told about my stick and where my stick went.
I'll be honest, Tardan, like, you guys are much smarter than I am, but I don't think Marvin has anything to do with your stick disappearing. Why would he send Athos down here? And if Athos didn't see who took it and doesn't know about it being took, either he's a really good liar, and maybe Nereus can help us with that one, or it was somebody else.
That's why.
And that has me even
told.
Maybe he didn't tell anybody. If this person is good enough to do it without Athos seeing it, seems to know what he's doing, maybe Marvin didn't tell anybody, and this person's been following us for a while now, without us seeing them either.
Look, I don't trust your judgment of characters. You thought Nereus and Harrock were terrorists.
I mean, in fairness, they blew something up in the market, then they went to the temple and took out the same thing they blew the market up with. In fairness.
All right. Well, before you guys digress too far here, Nereus, what are you thinking here? You're thinking that he can't be trusted.
I'm thinking maybe someone should search his person and see if he has anything incriminating while we can.
Sure.
What would qualify as okay? Well, wait a second. You think he is working for somebody else?
He could be working for Bane, or I don't know. We could be leading him exactly where he wants us to. He has given
Good
us
point.
no reason to trust him.
We'll give him the old pat down.
Mm,
Sir
I'm
Google,
gonna. Yeah.
I would rather not wander into a horde of zombies with someone that is out to kill us.
Sir Dougal, I know what you're thinking, but I will tell you, in my past, I have seen where the enemy may infiltrate using very similar tactics to what this guy is doing now.
Okay,
We
so
can
Tartan,
tell him what
you're-
we did.
You're searching right now.
Yep.
Okay.
Since we only have a minute of this or so.
You can just
Yeah, forever, actually.
Oh, is it forever?
It is
As long
forever.
as he spends an action, it's literally forever.
There's no save that can be given either. So
That's ridiculous.
So, Sir Dougal, I think we can tell him after what we did to make sure. But I do think it's relevant so that none of us get hurt if this guy is not telling the truth.
So on their, as far as their possessions go, you have a rapier, short sword, a couple daggers. They have armor. They're having things. There's a signet ring which you're able to eventually find in their possessions. Seems to have a kind of a gold ring set with an odd, rough, 1-inch long, egg-shaped gold gemstone that's slightly opaque. In addition to that, you have slight kind of roguish things, oil flask, right, candles, there's a lantern there, pittance, climbing tools, thieves tools, right, just a couple of different kits, clothes, and assortment of different things. There's a couple of different just a kit full of vials and whatnot. So your investigation, right, if those they cannot attest to try to hide anything from you, right? They lose out on the opportunity to react and attempt to disguise anything from their backpack. So you're kind of going through. In addition to that, you do find a piece of parchment that's kind of wrapped through and tied neatly. The parchment itself is very similar to a half of a letter, paper size wise, and as you kind of unfurl it and you unroll it and look at that, you can see that it's written common with intricates of thieves' cant intermixed into it, so it's difficult to follow. You're attempting to kind of get with the jargon, get with the things. From the gist of what you can tell from the note, is that this is some sort of assignment that was given to them by a character called Marvin. And the assignment was specific to observe and monitor this group that Marvin had spoken with and talked with, and potentially to keep tabs on them and to help them and keep them safe if necessary.
So,
I
in
will-
other words, everything he told us seems to check out.
There's nothing incriminating upon them I would say, nothing upon them would tell you that they're not, but telling the honest truth.
I'll put everything back in his backpack.
Was that the reason to do so that we could search him, or because you wanted to talk more or less
It was
about
twofold.
what
so
we want?
we can talk freely right now. He won't remember any of this. But if he's really here to help us,
Fellow's still staring out as the door is open. What's going on in there?
Shut up. Close the door.
I'll close the door. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll close the door.
Y'all are so rude to somebody that just helped us.
Give you a ring, too, and staff.
You just search. Never mind. Yes, we are rather rude to somebody that just helped us, just not the person you think. So I'm wondering why we are. Okay. So what is the burden of proof? Let me ask you this, Nereus. What is the burden of proof that is necessary to validate this person's motives.
Given what Tardan found, I don't think he's necessarily our enemy. But we should be careful about what we say. His eyes shift over to Tardan. Some of us tend to say everything to everyone.
What do
Your
you mean? I
question
get yelled at for telling lies. I get yelled at for telling half truths. I get yelled at for telling the whole truth. Oh, there's
Have you gotten yelled at for not talking?
look. Can we just go?
So, Sir Dougal, to your point, I don't think you guys trusted. You might not still trust fully, nor accept me fully, until I showed you my gem.
Oh, I see. That's interesting.
Out of curiosity, did the ring with the gold stone pulled out in any way, shape, or form resemble any of our gems that we have on? Or have on us, or at least I've been told we have?
Nothing that has been communicated to you would tell you that that looks similar in coloration to the rest of.
Well, if you're asking us, Nereus, if you're asking us what we think, if that's what you're doing, then I should say that I think he is who he says he is.
All right. I was just trying to protect all of our interests. And he'll end his gaze. They're cerulean blue. Oh, and Tardan just went through all your belongings.
Just gonna give you a big old double thumbs up, fists together.
So, would Athos have some idea that something nefarious just went down?
Athos, in your incapacitated state, it does not mean that you did not have memories formation in this call that Nereus, this gaze, trance. And also, Nereus just told you that had happened. With your passive
Right.
insight, they seem to be truthful, and it seems Nereus actually has yet to lie at all. They seem to be very blunt and straightforward. Their mannerisms, indication of that as well to you.
Cool.
Hey,
So-
Athos, I got a question for you.
One moment. I don't blame you. I would have done something similar in your situation, but, there's fun to be had for everyone. And I will look at Nereus and cast Command.
Oh,
Yeah. We get
Alright,
into
right.
the
Dang, we're getting our
PvP.
PvP on.
There we go.
Thank
It's
God we had a
We can
fortuitous
are we
long
rolling
rest.
initiatives here? What are we doing?
Oh, easily.
Nereus is unimpacted by your eyes.
I don't do
glow
anything.
slight, the white light.
Don't want to.
Fair enough. You had a question, Todd.
Yeah, that ring, that gold gem. Where'd you get it?
From my mother. It was gifted to me upon the death of my great grandfather. It was an old family crest from my mother's side of the family. I took her name. The law.
Okay, we'll have more questions about that when we get out of here. But I think zombies come first.
They are quite slow, usually.
Is that what's waiting up the stairs?
There was some scurrying about. We seemed to avoid them the first time, but I would recommend being careful.
I imagine we'll encounter some form of necromancer.
I'm assuming there's more tombs like this, I would guess.
If symmetry is to bear out, I would imagine there are 4 such places. Shall we continue?
Waiting on you to lead the way.
Yep.
Sir Dougal, did you want to go second still?
Yeah, I'm right behind him.
Okay, same marching order.
Yep.
Sorry, Adam. It's just what Darius would have done.
Oh no, you're all good. You haven't met my other character. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. I really wish these two parties could link up and just. Yeah.
So yeah, I will stealthily reemerge on this level and survey the scene.
Okay.
Try to. Oh yeah, we have to re-unlock the door.
So,
unlocked.
Dougal, would you like to offer a protection for us?
Yeah, sure.
God, I can't get up the stairs. Okay, I will hand Athos the key ring with the key out this time. Actually, you know what? It doesn't even need a key. It's just a turn.
Yeah, we don't need a key.
Yeah, it's just a
No.
turn thing.
Inside.
Never mind.
Okay. Putting on pass out trace on everybody.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, assuming you feel cool burning the spell slots, I'm not trying to pressure you.
No. I really have absolutely no other use for them. Yeah.
And there are some scurrying zombies. I will wait for a second.
You're rolling
And
stealth.
turn to the south. Yes.
I can take your passive stealth, or I can take your.
Yeah, I'll roll it. You got pass without a trace, might as well.
30
30.
stealth. So as you come outwards, your footsteps subdued by the pass of the trace. You're kind of funneling into the room. Again, in that middle kind of layer, it seems there's some of these creatures beginning to roam, headed to the direction. In addition, 3 figures towards the south are headed directly towards you.
Yep, so I will motion everybody to hurry into the middle quietly, and we will go south this way.
Cardboard boxes like Solid Snake.
Oh, I'm stuck on a wall. I'm working on it.
Yeah, welcome to me going up the stairs.
I motion everybody to duck into the corridor.
It's the most coordinated this party has seemed in weeks.
Great.
As 2 of these figures slowly begin to walk forward on all fours, they turn and they sniff the air. A blinding light coming from Nereus, the light spell. Start to turn and look towards the light. Turns, stands up at all fours with a nat 20, sees everyone roll initiatives.
Should have mentioned it's easier to sneak in the dark.
Unless you can't see in the dark.
Unless you can't see in the dark, yeah.
Buddy system.
Accountability buddies.
So I'm going to drop down Indigo here. Also going to put Indigo in this current position, because that's probably most likely where Indigo would be. Alright, we're going to go ahead and begin combat. Nereus, you're up round 1. So it stands up, seems to have perceived you. The one in the back, technically not. It seems to kind of continue to walk back. And it's going to be in that current position, is continue to walk in that sequence. So this is accurate. See this one in front of you standing up. It's noticed you looking and sniffing the tongue lashing outwards.
Okay, well. This is so dumb, but it's what he would do. He'd take the disengage action.
Okay.
That's it.
Alright. I like it. Aries, you're up.
I assume since it's in my line of sight, I can see the one that's in front of me here.
Yeah.
So I've learned my lesson. I'm gonna go. Oh no! Why can't I go?
There's a wall that you're trying to run through. I will note that you have to be within 30 feet of Sir Duke, or you still have passive trace.
I can't see Sir Dougal, so I don't know where he is.
Okay.
So I will do what I would do. I would go right there, and I'm going to attack this one.
Okay. So as you made your way outside, leaving the passive trace, your footsteps immediately start making noise, and the creature picks up its ears. It's still caught off guard, still surprised based on the turn. You have advantage on the first attack.
Okay. And I'm gonna use if I can find it. Where is it? Grasping arrow on it.
Okay. All right. Nice. Grasping arrow. Unleash. So, the first you need to hit with the arrow, the grasping arrow.
Yep.
So you need to get this arrow strike onto the target. So roll with advantage on one of your attacks here.
How do you roll advantage again?
Hold down Alt.
Okay. I think that's
All right.
gonna hit.
That's going to hit. 25 is indeed going to hit. Deals 20 points of piercing damage. Upon dealing that damage, immediately the vines, the brambles begins to sprout from the arrow and traces the body. As it does, it takes an additional 2d6 poison damage. That damage is enough, as it's dealt 4 total poison damage. The thorns and things bite into it and kind of gets wrapped up in and almost mummified at that point in the grasping arrow.
All right, and I will take my second shot at the other dude.
Okay. So now after the first shot, that creature turns and looks in your direction, seeing the footsteps of you, notices you. You do not have advantage on the strike.
Yep. It'll be a sharpshooter as well. So I'm
Okay.
I guess I'll just tell you if I take sharpshooter off, I plan on using it pretty much all the time.
I will. Well, it's again, it's an effect, so I don't really need to know, right? It's just
Okay.
know that you have to turn it on off for yourself, and
Okay.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
I see the rolls coming through. I knew when you got it on or not. 14 is going to hit with sharpshooter. 17 points of piercing damage. The arrow thunks into the center chest nearby the heart. Takes the arrow and continues to stand, but staggers from the blow.
And that will end my turn.
Okay. Ending your turn, we now come to the creature. The creature is kind of sniffing and looking in the direction of the light, sees you, and twitches the head slightly. And this massive shriek as it out loud just screams into the air, creating a massive, large noise that happens. You hear the sounds of stone scratching and shifting around as the horde itself has been warned. And then, after the scream, is going to move on all fours, running towards you, Ares, taking attack for opportunity from Indigo as well as Tardan, which Indigo is going to take and strike. 16 is going to hit with the attack of opportunity, 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and that is enough to kill it. So it's going to get right here upon getting essentially. I believe Indigo would do maybe just a quick, roundhouse kick or something on the way, kind of
Chuck
running
Norris
around.
kick to the
Bam!
throat.
The back of the head as it does. It lobs and detaches the neck from the head and the shoulders as it kind of slides and skitters. All right, Athos. You're up.
Step out. Not see any immediate danger. Todd was bracing. I guess he will just take the rest of his movement to get a better look. Just cube. That'll end my turn.
Sir Dougal, you're up.
I'm going to cover our rear.
Okay.
I feel like Athos is really capable at this point. I'm more worried about what will eventually be Nereus and Tardan in the back. So I'm actually going to I'm going to stay in this cubby. I'm going to back right back into this cubby and wait for a couple of my party members to pass me. And I guess move next round.
Okay.
I'll take the dodge action, I guess.
You take the dodge?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. All right. Ending turn. All right. Ending turn there. Athos, you hear the scuttling footsteps coming around the corner directly to your right side to the west as it does. A creature rounds around the corner on all fours, headed for the noise of the scream. You're actually in its path of movement. As it does, it's going to collide with you. I need you to make an opposing acrobatics or athletics check, and it's going to make one at disadvantage, and you need to make your check at advantage.
Advantage, okay. Let's see.
It doesn't see you, so it's just going to run into you.
I tried to do that advantage, and I'll just roll it again.
Okay. 19, I need you to sidestep 5 feet as you dive out of the way of the creature. It's going to continue to move, coming to kind of a skirt as it rolled disadvantage, right? If it collided with you, that would have happened, but you're able to get out of the way, taking the acrobatics. As it does, it continues on a full dash, and then it's going to get right... Go for
Attack
it.
of opportunity.
Yeah, no, you're going to get one. So it comes and moves 5 feet outside of your threat range. You have advantage on the first strike. $27 hits.
And that would be sneak attack
Correct.
with advantage.
All right. So 6 points of damage with the rapier as you slice into its back and twist the blade, dealing additional 13 points of sneak attack damage as you come through. It should be more than that. I deducted 15 of that. So it should be at total. You can twist the blades as you kind of pull it out, cracking some of the flesh in the ribs as you pull the rapier after the spills, and it kind of stops and sniffs the air and turns and looks directly at you. You're outside of the Pass Without Trace, so that effect has now been nulled as it begins to dissipate away and unleashes and yells outwards. Backtracks in its movement. This is a dash and ends turn. Harden, you're up.
Okay. Let's see, 5 feet. Guess I'll move a little bit closer, and then I'm going to throw a quick little firebolt.
You have actually been unseen, so you have advantage with this, but 21 is going to hit. So you come through the firebolt here. 19 total points of fire damage. You fire off its head. It explodes a large mass of guts and goo, brain, as it incinerates the firebolt, collapses on the floor dead.
Awesome. And then I will take my last 10 feet of movement coming towards Athos.
Just motion around the corner. We've got company.
We now come to Indigo. Indigo is going to move out, stretch here, move 20 feet, then attempt to observe, right, and see as far as their vision is concerned. They are held into the light of Nereus. They do not have dark vision, so they cannot see outside of that light source. Essentially, they're going to do is move the remainder of movement speed up here, flipping to the side, filling the corridor, and then it's going to be taking the dodge action as they await the light source, and essentially because they can't see anything in front of them. They're going to end the turn. Rounding around the corner now, your stealth kind of obsolete here, Athos, right, as they kind of round around, smelling the air, seeing the body covered with the rapier as it is. It immediately runs on all fours and directly for you and rises up its claws for a strike. A nat 1. As it comes in for the first strike, it's just a bad miss as it collapses onto the stone, and with too much velocity, too much force momentum as it comes crashing a little bit, picks itself up, maintains its position, and in turn, another one gets onto the side of it. This one is going to attempt to bite you as it does, rise of its mouth towards your shoulder, 17 is going to miss as you sidestep, dodging out of the way of it. Ending turn. We can now come to another, but this one is there's a jam, there's a traffic kind of sense happening. It then is going to attempt to kind of jump over the rest of them, almost for a vault, and clear the actual horde here. Could you roll an acrobatics check? Okay. As it does, it gets an 18, successfully is able to get on the other side, taking the action to do that, laying down all fours, it turns and pulls itself up. Its back is towards you, Tart. It seems to not recognize that you're there yet. Nereus, you come to the top of round 2.
Sorry, I had a work email come in. That's Nereus.
Yeah, Nereus' turn.
Alright, he's gonna look right at Tardan as he reaches out to attempt to touch this ghoul.
Okay.
Hey. Bingo.
Let's go.
Nat 20! 26 points of lightning damage as it sidesteps towards you. You come outwards and touch it, sees the light and sees and stares directly at you as you kind of touch in towards its chest or its abdomen. As this large, shocking grass emerges, lightning beams and shrinks the body, cackling, it incinerates and burns its flesh. Kind of screams a little bit as it's jolting and moving about, and then drops and is unmoving.
I don't think your scales are gonna protect you from that.
You're probably right.
All right, Ares, we now come to you. You actually see that there are more creatures coming from the north of you and run.
Well, I'll just do what I do best, and I'll take a couple of shots at him.
Okay.
So I'll start with the guy on the right.
23 hits. 23 points of piercing damage. You see as you drop the target, arrow flies into the head.
And I'll take the same shot at the next guy.
15 hits. 21 piercing damage lands into the exact same area, but this creature does not drop. Its arrow sticking directly out of the head.
For the last part of my turn, I'll take a look down the corridor, and since I guess being quiet's out of the equation now, I'll say there's more coming this way, and I'll point down the north corridor that we came down, and that will end my turn.
Okay. Ending turn there. Now come to...
So the one adjacent to Tardan, I assume I don't need any
Right.
additional actions to incur sneak attack. Yeah.
No, they're within melee range.
Yeah. So I will attack him with my rapier.
Hey.
Oh.
Jesus Christmas tree.
Nat 20! So many nat 20s! Alright. So we doubled the sneak attack damage. Not double, but we maximized sneak attack damage, sorry. So we have a total of 18 plus 17 plus 21. You did a total of 56 points of damage to the target. As you come across with the rapier, slicing off its head, you can see it kind of judders and shifts. Doesn't even know it's dead yet. It's undead, but as it does, it falls down, headless, topless upon itself.
Yes, aggressive, hungry, but not smart. Go for the head. Second best, go for the legs. He will bonus action disengage and move over here. Once he can get around the wall.
Okay.
Enter.
Alright, Serdugo, it's your turn.
Walls and doors and movement will kill us in this campaign.
I'll step out and look at Ares and motion up that hallway north. Is there something coming that way?
I'll give him like a one. Like I see one more. Well, I guess I can just say it. I see one more up there. I've already killed one. There may be more. I don't know.
And then at Nereus, are there more coming that way?
I only see one.
I guess I'm gonna make my way to. Ooh, that sucks. I can probably do a better job of protecting Nereus. I'm going to put my body in front of Nereus, between Nereus and the.
Okay.
No, I can't. Can I? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. How about like that?
Okay.
And take the. I'll take the dodge action again.
Take the dodge again.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Pardon, you're up.
I'm gonna peek down the hall just to make sure that what Nereus sees is true with only one.
Mind the ooze.
Oh, thank you. And with that information, I will actually cast Minor Illusion. And I'm going to, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Out in the main chamber, I'm going to replay the shriek the first one made. Just in case there's more in the chamber, lead them out into the main one instead of towards us.
Okay.
And I will end my turn there.
All right. We now come to Indigo. Indigo is going to come here, move 5, to there, come in for a series of strikes towards this creature. First one is a nat 1. Nothing bad happens. Goes into the second strike. 23 hits. Connects with 7 points of bludgeoning damage after punching into the shoulder, dislocating it. Comes in for the bonus action strike. Land with a 13. This will deal 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Coming across with a low kick into the shin. Attempts to break the leg. Ending turn. Creatures move on all fours up towards you, Ares, from the north here. As they hear the sound of the shriek from the illusion, I'm going to go ahead and roll a few dice here. So we have different combatants on the field to play that aren't fielded. Okay. I'm just going to end its turn on the dash there. Ending turn, and the one you hit with an arrow is going to dash up to you as well. Not fooled by this reach. We come here on your side, moving its entire movement speed as a dash. And we come to this creature, hearing the scream, but you're all in front. It is going to anticipate the attack towards Sir Dougal, as the light source is between. Comes in for the bite with the dodge, disadvantage. Comes in as you move out of the way, landing an 8 only, and kind of stomps itself and moving on all fours, mouth into the ground, unable to bite into your leg. Ends its turn. Nereus, you're up, round 3.
I mean, they got this in hand, so. Although Indigo will basically be blind if he leaves. Alright, well, he'll blast this one, or try to first.
Okay. 24 hits. Hidden Axe dealing 6 points of cold damage, slice, obliterating its left arm as it stands up, hit with the ray of water, kind of pressurized, explodes the bones and ligaments and muscle tissue cleanly off.
And that's it.
Alright, Ares, you're up.
Alright, and I realize I will take... Yeah, I'll take 2 attacks of opportunity, but I'm going to move back 10 feet first. I'll take those attacks.
Okay. Bite coming at you, and then a claw attack. Bite misses with an 8. Claw attack comes at you. Attack opportunities here. 11 misses you as well, as both strikes wildly swing at you, so you kind of slide and then pick yourself back up.
And which one, I guess the near death one, I'll attack that one first with a arrow shot.
Okay.
of course. It's kind of what I do.
15 hits, 24 total points of damage. Target drops immediately as you fire another arrow, splitting the already arrow that was there. Splitting in the sense the arrow's not damaged, but just for flair, in case you want to recover the arrow.
Well, I sure as hell want to recover that arrow. And I'll switch to the next one, and same thing here.
Okay, second strike coming out. 10 is going to be missed as it kind of moves its head and ducks down as the arrow kind of connects, flies into the backdrop of the corridor.
And I only took 10 feet originally, so I'm going to take the rest to move back past the other bodies and say, there are more coming from this way. Killed 2, I've seen at least one more. There may be even more than that. And I will end my turn there.
Alright, Athos, you're up.
Alright, so Athos will pop back out. See that this area has been cleared. Clarification, you were going to hand me the key and then you remembered that I didn't need it. So did you actually hand it to me or do you still have it?
I still have it. But you know what? No, I did say I handed you the key. So I'll go with what I said. I handed you the key, forgetting that you didn't really need it to open the door. So you have the key.
Okay.
Because that's what I said I did. So.
All right. So he will take the remainder of his movement. This is going to get funky. But... Oh, there is one. I'm sorry. I thought that one was dead. All right. Yeah. Okay. He will finish this one off. Hopefully.
Going out to space, you come
Maybe
in for
not.
a slice. 11 is going to be a miss. You just kind of have to weasel your way through. It's a little bit clumsy and sees and kind of anticipates and kind of moves out of the way of the strike.
Then I will bonus action dodge. Do I have any movement left? Only 5 feet. Yeah, I will bonus action. Actually, I can. Yeah, I'll just bonus action dodge. That's fine.
You cannot bonus action dodge. You can bonus action dash, disengage, or stealth.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, then he will disengage and move his last 5 feet. Actually, doesn't need to disengage, but whatever. Enter.
Okay. Mr. Dougal, you're up.
Ares, it wasn't 6 seconds ago I asked you, are you okay?
We were good. We were good. I don't know.
I hear you. I just want to call to everyone's mind an image of Ares standing at the corner saying, I got it, and then turning around and seeing him running at us. I don't have it.
It's like that Indiana Jones moment, where the boulder's chasing him and he's just running down the deal. Yeah, I had it for a minute.
Right. Start the plane! I'm going to... I don't really think this is going to work well, but... I'm going to attack... If I disengage, I lose my dash. Yeah, let's just swing. Alright, I'm gonna attack this.
Alright. Swing
front of me.
away. Are you recklessly swinging?
No, because I will be if my turn is a success, I don't want to have declared reckless and then wind up where
Gotcha.
I'm going to wind up.
I got you.
I haven't attacked in so long. Here it is. Oh, so sick.
10.
It's the best. That's the best. So glad.
Is that you tongue sticking out?
Yeah. You get it. You got to go to Atlantis. I understand. I'm going to run to... I'm going to incur his attack of opportunity and run to here.
Seen as a miss. Strikes near where your shoulder is, and you kind of nearly miss out of the way of it.
Perfect. And then I think I can... Ratatop.
Yeah, you can. Bonus action. Right?
5 times your proficiency
There you go.
bonus.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, you can use it a number of times equal
Man.
to your proficiency bonus, and then you can jump a number of times feet equal to 5
Hmm.
times proficiency. So your
5
proficiency
times
right now
proficiency,
is
so-
3. So that's 15.
So 15. So I run right at Ares and then jump like right over his head. 5, 10. Yeah, 15. Perfect. And that's my turn.
All right, Tardan. As you can see from your noise emanating out from that illusion on the other side of the cube, creatures begin to fill the main chamber.
Oh. Huh. I'm actually just gonna recast it then to make another screen.
Okay.
So 30 feet out.
Casting another scream. Okay.
Yep. And I'm gonna look down the hallway. You guys are going the wrong way. The door's over here. And I'll end my turn right here.
All right. Ending turn, we now come to Indigo. Indigo is going to take another series of strikes. First strike coming through. 15 hits. Deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage. And defeats that upon defeating that creature. Is then going to come into space roughly, going 15 feet. And is kind of getting in an area of darkness right outside of the light just a little bit, but still has the light coming through and attempting to do the best they can, maintaining space in different ways. And turn. Coming around the corner, Ares, Surgical, and Nereus. As you see this one going on all fours. You're going to sidestep the body real quick. If it does, it's going to move 25 feet, coming up to you, Surgical, and goes in for a bite. Just land from the rabbit hop down. It comes running around on all fours. 20 is going to hit you with the bite. 12 points of piercing damage as it bites into your shoulder, pulling a large chunk of your fur right off your body. Succeeding with 24 to maintain the pass without a trace. It is going to end its turn in that position. We now are going to come to a turn here that's going to kind of dictate the rest of these creatures as they begin to run into space. As they do, they're running in direct beelines for the sound that Tardan has made, filling this main chamber up in dramatic fashion. And as they do, they're kind of coming up towards it, and as soon as they get to the sound, they begin to stop and look in the direction of it and attempt to perceive as best as they can. Now, as they perceive what their passives here, because they're taking their actions to dashes and looking at the sound, the cube being no translucent, Tardan, Athos, and Indigo, with your passive stealths, they actually can't see you. There's no light that is strictly kind of emanating from you. And so you can see that they all are drawn to the sound effect as they fill the main chamber, and that is going to be the end of their turns. Nereus, you're up.
All right. Doesn't really need to attack that one guy because Ares will probably just kill it, so he'll move back. Oh.
Oh.
Scream was
when
very
the line of
helpful.
sight line of sight comes in.
Don't take the light towards the. Oh, well, dear.
And he will ready to cast a spell when these guys move in closer.
Okay. So as soon as you step into space, they see the light and they lock eyes towards it.
Great. Once they all start moving towards him, he will cast a spell.
Okay.
How great would that be if they all just start running into the gelatinous cube?
Ares, you're up next.
All right, I will kind of move to the side a little bit, and I will attack the guy in front of me here. Well, technically in front of Sir Dougal, who came to my rescue. Thank you.
Okay. First strike coming out with the bow. That is going to be an 8, which misses. With Sharpshooter ignoring cover, but you're trying to get the angle that's difficult as the creature's on all four, and Sir Dougal is in front of that creature.
Oh boy. All right, I will do the same thing again.
Going for the second arrow. 17 is going to connect. The other arrow kind of flying off as it's too high. You don't want to hit Sir Dougal. 17 hits, 24 points of piercing damage as you land the direct headshot with maybe 2 inches of space as it thumps in. The creature drops. It's unmoving.
Thanks, Sir Dougal. I appreciate it. And while I'm here, I will take. Well, actually, can I pick up any arrows during this turn, or do I need to wait?
You can pick up arrows if
Then I'm
you'd
gonna start
like.
moving.
That's fine. You can pick up. We'll call it 4 arrows here at this point.
All right, perfect. And then I will tell Sir Dougal I'm heading toward the rest of the team. And that will end my turn.
All right. Athos, you're up.
I'll quote a wise man. I got this.
I mean-
examined,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was say, having examined the previous door, he's going to assume this one is safe and it is an expedient task. So he will use the key and unlock the door.
Using the key to unlock the door, you're able to unlock it.
And remainder of movement will come inside and wait for everyone else to gather in.
Okay.
And end my turn.
Ending turn, Sir Dougal, you're up.
I wonder if I know you moved it out of the way just for the purposes of clearing up the battle map here, but I wonder if I can't pile the cadavers in the hallway and create some sort of bottleneck.
I don't think there's enough bodies for that in the current space.
What's the ceiling height in here? Is this 30 feet too, or is it
The
reduced?
ceiling height is, yes, it is the same height as the main chamber. It is 30 feet. Because
Yeah,
the
it's too
sarcophaguses
much.
are tiered. So to your left, because you weren't here, the sarcophagus is not just one, it's several. And there's actually
Right.
little
Okay.
grooves in the stone that make makeshift, these ladders built into the stone where you climb all the way up to the top sarcophagus.
Right. I would need 50 bodies, not 5. Got it.
You would need a lot.
All right. So absolutely retreating, but somehow miraculously still maintaining pass without a trace.
Okay.
I guess that was 30. I will dash to. Have we been this way yet? Have we been over to the east here?
We're going down south.
Have we been there yet, though?
No.
All right, I'm just gonna dash to here to cover the retreat.
Okay.
Holy shit! Can I just? Yeah. Wow. Oh. Oh.
Okay. Dashing forward to cover the retreat. That's it. Tartan, you're up next.
Yeah. Not really sure where. I'm guessing I can't see the gelatinous cube with my passive. So
You cannot.
they didn't hit it.
But Athos has pointed out that there's a cube there.
Okay. I'm going to cast Dancing Lights. And I want to essentially make a human body, like a little humanoid feature out of light in that space, kind of as I'm moving down. And then I'm just going to take my movement to go into the door.
Okay. So you're creating the essentially this dim light as it is, trying to form it into some sort of shape. Okay. All right, we're gonna end your turn there.
On that. Yep. That'll
Right.
do it.
Ending turn, we now come to Indigo. Indigo is going to come inside and backpedal just a little bit to allow others to enter in and turn. Let's put on the dodge. Way more movement necessary. Okay. So we now come to the grouping of these creatures that are coming here. So I'm going to go ahead and facilitate the movement roughly, real quickly. So they're actually going to come now directly into the light. Some of them are going to pause slightly as they come towards the dancing there, almost kind of suspended in that way. As they kind of do that, they're kind of falling into themselves slowly and surely, as there are some that actually enter into the cube, 2 of which have now come into the cube. And then the rest of the backside begin to push into that space. That is going to fill your held condition.
Oh, shouldn't be that top one. Ignore that one. It moved up at the last second.
I'll take it if you want. It's fine.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Okay. Try and get that angle.
Huh?
Are you trying to get the angle of that?
Oh, no, do you want me to do it again? I already did it. It just...
Okay. Do you want me to keep that roll? That's up to
Oh,
you.
yeah, sorry, I just was telling you, like, don't include that one.
don't
Like,
include
it
that
basically went up one spot and got that one at the tip when it should
I got you. Okay. I'm going to automatically apply it here. So looking at cover as well, because these ones are going to have cover from the cone. Okay, that's accurate. Okay. So you send it outright. There are some that save. There's some that don't. Obviously, if the gelatinous cube is going to get hit by it. And surprisingly, the cube it's going to have that same effect, I guess, unsurprisingly, right? So it's kind of now held in that space. It is jiggling. It is moving from being attacked. And it seems to kind of begin to look and probe around with its pseudopodish frame. Now, the creatures in the backdrop are kind of collapsing themselves. Many are, again, bound by your binding water. And there are only one single target that has died. It seems to have been hit from the water as its legs were sticking out of the cube, and those ligaments kind of pulled apart from that scalding brine water. Okay, that's going to be the end of their turn. Now come to the sounds and shuddering of other creatures. From the eastern angle, it's unclear where exactly they're entering in from. Some of you may eventually be able to see them here, but I doubt it, as they begin to move on all fours in the direction of you all. The noise that you can hear, as far as Indigo, Athos, and Tartan are concerned, it seems to be in front of you and to the right. That's where the sounds are coming from. And then for Ares, Serdugal, and Nereus, the sounds are coming at your backsides to where your party's at. I'll come to the top of round 5. Nereus, you're up.
Okay. Well, it seems like we're probably leaving, so... Do we care about all these things? Probably just be good to kill somewhere. Jeez, why? Okay, I don't know why it targets.
It's all right. It wants to snap to it. It loves
like it's just like.
So I'm gonna go ahead and put back here. These ones to the backside. So I got another one. Okay, then you're retreating back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the rest of you kind of seeing 2 large of these cones, this briny scalding waters, it shoots outward, striking into the gelatinous cube, and then pushing past as it rounds around to the other targets there. Begins to pull them into kind of a bind of water of sorts towards the legs, and then rips apart their tissues and ligaments and flesh as it's kind of creating a bloody bath as this water is kind of drenching all the target and dripping onto the stone floor. Nereus, now as you've retreated, you can see the 4 targets towards your east direction, running on all fours directly towards you. Ares, you're up.
Hey, Sir Dougal. I honestly don't have this anymore. There's a lot more than I can handle. We're getting out of here.
Go for it.
And
I think it's time to hit it.
locked the door, and Ares couldn't get the door.
You always shove Darius through the door.
That's honestly, I was thinking about shoving him through the door, and at this point, F it, I don't care if he likes me or not. I'm shoving him through the door, or somehow grabbing him when I run by and pulling him with me through the door.
You don't have enough movement speed to pull you and them through the door. You can try to shove.
All right, I'm gonna shove him through the door to keep him safe.
Okay, Darius, are you opposing this shove?
I'll never forget you.
Okay, so you take your action to shove. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one of your attacks. You still have a second attack you can make.
Stab Darius after you shove him through the door.
Yeah, stab him as I'm shoving him through the door. And you know what? I'm gonna use my last one here in piercing arrow to how far away are they, real quick? Oh yeah, they're 30 feet exactly at the end. So I'll use piercing arrow to go on these top few here.
Okay.
So I'll just hit that. I don't think there's a roll to hit on that one if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's just an instant kind of thing. It shoots through cover and positions as well as goes through objects.
Okay, it's telling me I'm gonna hit all four of them, but I don't think that's the way that it actually works.
Yeah, it'll only hit the top
line.
two. Yep, I got you.
Okay, all right.
Yep. Can't change the template, so. All
Yep.
right. 14 total points of piercing damage. Both the top targets actually fail, so we go and assign that damage. There's a total of 14 points as the arrow pierces through, shoots outwards with like a kind of a trace of ray behind it, right? Kind of a trail. It's a bright blue flash.
I'll in my turn. Sir Dougal, there's 4 more down here. I shoved Nereus through the door. I still don't have this. Trust me.
Ethos?
Just keep moving.
I'm out of movement.
Athos will just shout out like, "We should be going now. Hurry up!" And he'll back up a little bit just to give people more space and end his turn.
All right, so you're up.
What happened to the secrets of the tomb? I'm gonna move to here. No, I can't. There's a ball in the way. That is beautiful. That looks perfect. I'm gonna try to catch up with the group here. Oh shit.
How you were getting Harris is like real, like, or is this Sir Dougal in character? You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's probably both. We're running, you said, right? Definitely running.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks a little clusterfucky in there, though. Almost like I couldn't run away if I tried. So I'm going to finish my movement to here. I'm going to bonus action rage, which I'm not going to click on because I think I can just add it to myself, right?
Yeah, it's in effect. I put it on you, so you don't have to. Click it.
Terrific. And then I'm going to take the dodge action because I have a feeling these guys are going to get to me before you guys get out of there.
Okay, so you're kind of bracing the door area here. Okay. Ending turn.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Tardan, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna see what all the yelling is out here. I'm gonna step through the door. All right. Interesting. I'll just firebolt the closest one.
Okay. Nice, 25 hits.
Let's go.
10 points of damage. You kill it. Fireball flies through its chest, splintering a large gaping hole. Splashes in the backdrop of the stone wall.
All right, you guys done playing around out here? And I will step back into one of the corners.
Shove Darius.
And I will end my turn.
All right, we now come to Indigo. Indigo is going to shimmy a little bit, probably into the cubbyhole here, just to kind of give space, and it's going to end turn. I come to the Horde, just pressing upon the bodies, but in so doing, it's actually just running into the cube, which isn't a really good thing. So you're actually going to be watching them as they begin to funnel into space of the cube.
It's actually kind of awesome.
Damage. They begin to dissolve in the cube's acid. All of them inside of the cube are dead.
It's just like the
cube now is full and nothing's really happening too much for them, so they're just going to hit into the side of the cube and bounce in and begin to felly stack in, drawn by the dancing whites that is still there as they begin to kind of push upon themselves, attempting to get into that space and unable as they're bouncing into the cube, which is now full. Now come to the trio here towards the east. Begin to run. One moves forward, goes in for a bite towards Sir Dougal. 6, a disadvantage will miss. Comes across this one. This will come around towards Ares, go in for a bite as well. That is going to be a 8, which misses, striking into your bracers, kind of move the jaws and sidestep them. Ending turn, we now come to another one held by traffic, looks towards Sir Dougal, comes in for a claw attack as you're kind of dodging out of the bite with the one to the right. 21 is going to hit you at disadvantage. You only take 3 points of damage as your rage sustains itself against a claw attack on your left shoulder. Just barely scratching you. Ending turn. Daenerys, you're up. Round 6.
Back up a little bit, but his companion's got it.
$16 hits, 5 points of cold damage as the gushing pressurized water emerges from your hand, striking in to the shoulder, chipping away at it.
That is it.
Alright. Ares, you're up next.
All right, I'm going to take with sharpshooter and everything. I'm able to shoot around the guy in front of me, correct?
Yeah, but you're at disadvantage for being in melee.
Even if I'm shooting a guy behind him.
Correct, you're in melee range.
Okay.
The
All right.
around you.
So I'll take an attack of opportunity to move 5 feet here.
You're still in melee of the target.
I meant that way, 5 feet. Sorry,
Sounds
I didn't know how to
good.
go diagonal. I didn't drag diagonal.
Can't do it diagonal any longer. Nah, it's gonna miss as it comes out for a bite, kind of
All right,
going down for a hunch
And I'm-
and goes towards your shin.
all right. I guess I'll just attack the guy here then, since I'm out of melee with him.
Okay.
Right in the north of Dougal there.
13 hits. 23 total points. The target drops.
I'll move on to this guy here. Same thing.
20 hits. 21 total points. Target drops. 2 arrows. 1, 2. Fire in succession around you. So your targets hit into the neck and the head regions. They both topple down dead.
And I'll run in here to the door, and as I'm passing by Sir Dougal, I'll say, "Hey, if you got a second, grab my arrows, please." And then I'll run into the door.
Yeah, I'll make sure to remember that.
Ending turn. Aethos, you're up.
Do lock the door behind you. Yeah, just wait.
Dougal, you're up.
Action. Disengage.
Okay.
Can't move.
Diagonals
Okay.
only through my doors.
I hear ya. Right. So if I used my action to disengage, is closing the door another action?
Closing a door is a free action.
Terrific. Close the door.
Locking.
Is it swinging in or out?
It swings in. Metal bar that's kind of that bolt, if you will, that comes through is actually a space in between the brick of the wall, right? So you have in front of you a gear, and then there is a handle underneath the key, actual pull underneath. The key somehow works with some inner working mechanisms towards that gear, which then slides the bolt into place. So you actually have to turn that gear, which will be an action. So you're unable to lock the door, but you can shut it.
Right, I can shut it.
Unless you want to use your action to lock it as well.
Well, the action was disengage, right? Yeah. No, so I will trust that somebody who understands the play here, who goes next, can help me lock it.
All right. So we don't need to stay at initiatives any longer. It's redundant at this point. We're going to end combat. One of you runs up and is able to lock it.
Mr. Dougal, did you get my arrows?
You know, they all broke.
It's amazing how that happens.
I knew they were shitty arrows when I bought them, but I had to save some coins, so I guess you get what you pay for, right?
You can't take it with you.
Can I inside check, see if he's telling the truth or not?
About the arrows?
Absolutely no need. Absolutely no need.
Give me your roll.
It's totally clear that he's lying to you.
Thanks, Sir Dougal. I appreciate the effort, though.
Oh, that was bracing.
Can we go now?
Yes, shall we carry on? Maybe with a bit less pizzazz.
Yeah. I feel like that's my fault. Sorry, guys, but, I saw one I had to shoot. It's kind of what I do.
Carrying on, rolling stealth. Some of you have Pass Without Trace still on. Some of you don't, based on how far you actually went away.
Yep.
Google here. Begin to roll your stealth checks, passing into the staircase, and begin to descend downwards into the depths. This room is similar in design as it was the previous room. The ceiling height drops down in this chamber, particularly to 10 feet, as well as the other one. And you can see that the staircase a little bit lower, 8 feet or so, as this begins to descend down into the depths. So I realized we did take a break, so we're going to go ahead and take a break there. Should have taken it before combat, but whatever. I guess more playtime, I suppose. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you're watching this stream, appreciate it. Thanks so much. And we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So we'll come back at about 7:45 p.m. PST, and we'll see you then.
Let's
See you
go.
then. Bye, chat.
Welcome back. Joining us after our break here, Group 5, delving into this crypt as we continue our descent. Now, you've headed in this southern chamber here. You have now descended down. You've actually descended roughly 45 feet into a similar matching chamber as above, right? So 10-foot kind of ceiling height. You're faced in front of you with a similar stone and metallic door as when you descended in the western chamber. Very similar design. Everything seems to be coordinated in that effort. The difference is this particular door on the handle work, as well as the actual stone. There's a lot of dirt. There's a lot of mud. There's signs of boot prints and things tracking back and forth, as well as a broom that actually sits in the corner of the room that's covered in mud and has a collection of dirt at the base of that room.
Man, these staircases are always so cramped.
I would always recommend that if you're in a dungeon like this or a cramped space, use your keyboard and your arrow keys, because that is going to help you out a lot.
That's fair.
So, Athos would examine the door. You mentioned it was covered in dirt. Just more closely and ascertain any handprints or signs of use, also traps and mechanisms or
Roll investigation.
else.
Gotta have that on a keybind. 17. So investigation here, as you begin to pass through, you notice that this door in particular seems to have a lot more wear and tear on it recently. That's where the dirt and muck comes from. It seems that it has a lot of things. Now, going back to your knowledge, watching them interact with Crespa seem to have dirty hands, dirty bracers, the Crypt Keeper. It seems as though if there's that in relation to the palm size of Crespa is adding up to you. The broom is there. There's an attempt to clean some of this muck up, but you're in a very low, in the depth space. It's very tight. There's only so much you can do with how many hours you might have in the day to be able to clean this up. Now, from going to the other side of this, looking for traps, you don't see anything. It doesn't appear to be locked. There's no keyhole or whatnot to it, and there's no bar of some kind, hinge joint, or in the interior of the actual space through the long door. You don't see anything. Nothing catches your eye. Looks good to go.
Cool.
Diagonally at my door. I will say this: if you're using your keyboard, you can actually go through the door with your keyboard without doing that.
That's the secret. That's the secret to going through doors.
I'll give you my secret. Sure. Coming into this space, come into a 20-foot dome ceiling. No pillars supporting this room. Sarcophagus scattered the perimeter. See, the names of these are sirs, written in common. For the historical context, they are Talthars in the tapestry, something that you've seen previously, suggesting that these are potential commanders, higher ranking nobles, knights maybe, paladins, and they're unmoving. So there's no lids shaking, there's no movement when you come in, there's nothing. In this space, there's another staircase towards the north side. It appears to descend into the depths further, similar in fashion, that is forming a pillar supporting the space. So I guess there's a pillar, that is one. But the staircase is built into it and begins to round down, headed into the depths. It's a candelabra about the space. These lamps, right, those with the candles there, those are similar in fashion with you embraced. That light, that gaseous light, is kind of coming about. And Athos, that's when you recognize seeing with your passive. You notice that one spirit begins to kind of form from nearby you in the northeastern kind of corner, floating as it manifests itself. And then as you turn to look back at your party, potentially to warn them, another one actually manifests from a candle towards the southwest, begins to walk towards Ares. Ares, you don't see this with your passive perception. Athos, with your passive perception, you do.
We've got guests again. Tighten up. Be on the lookout. Don't let them touch you, Todd, and don't touch the ghost. And
You said touch the ghost?
Don't touch anything.
And everyone roll initiatives.
Oh, let's go. Wasted that one.
I just like to touch things, okay?
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, we're going to begin combat round 1. Ares, you're up.
I think we all know what I'm doing. I'm going to go ahead and target the one in front of me here.
Eight, see the arrow begin to fly. The manifestation of the corporeal being begin to spread about the arrow. As the arrow flies, it does not connect.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to redirect the arrow with my curving shot to the other target.
Use the bonus action to reroll the attack roll against a different target within 60 feet. Okay, go ahead and make another d20. You can either do it manually or just roll another arrow attack.
I'll roll another arrow attack.
Whatever's easiest for you,
Make it
just to
easy.
keep track of your arrow, because it's going to consume.
Dodge!
All right, so as you get a reroll, even with that reroll, you send the arrow back around. It curves, but it's mistimed, kind of flies off, smashing into the wall. The arrow is not recovered.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh man, damn it! All right, I'm gonna hit the guy in front of me again.
Okay, taking your second, that's going to be a nat 1. As you do, you begin to fire it off. You can see that your bowstring begins to wobble a little bit at the top of the bow. It might come loose, but it doesn't. It seems your bow is okay. So you kind of snap the string back. Potentially, after your curved shot, you just have to readjust. It's not manageable.
And I will use my movement to go in between everybody. And I will end my turn.
I know you enjoy fear, but perhaps don't enjoy it quite that much.
Those are up.
Love you, buddy.
I will move up. Take an attack.
Towards you. 16 is going to hit, connect into the corporeal being with your rapier. 6 points of damage. It is in melee range of target. Sneak attack is a viable option here. 12 points of damage as you kind of aim for a structure of mass of the incorporeal being that seems collected. It's just kind of floating there. Striking, it kind of pulls back a little bit. It kind of lets out this ghastly kind of shriek and just kind of pulls itself back too.
And then bonus action, disengage.
Okay.
Action group. End my turn.
Ending turn. Indigo is up. Indigo has seen you strike, but actually does not see the other spirit. It's only something that you can see, though, something that, even though you just said we got company, right? Don't touch. So it doesn't really know that spirit is in the southwestern section here. So it's going to sidestep, come about, coming towards the target that saw you strike and can see it visibly, comes in for a series of strike. First strike comes through as a nat 1. Wow. Can I get more nat 1? Let's see. So you see Indigo get knocked prone. Luckily, Indigo has enough movement speed to be able to stand up. And then it's going to continue the onslaught. Second attack coming through. It's going to be a 13, which misses. Then I'm going to use the bonus action to go in for the third strike. 9 is going to be a miss. Upon doing that, does still have enough movement speed to get onto the flank of the creature, stepping up on top of the sarcophagus in its turn. Now come to the spirit on the southwestern side. No one seeing, floats up to Nereus and reaches out for a touch. Nereus, you don't see this. Gets advantage upon you. This does lands at 29 to touch at you.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Natural 20 with some saving throws. The attack deals 12 points of necrotic damage to you, reaching out to your very soul. You can see it as it pulls its hand back, and I'm noticing the creature's spectral form as it fills the air. You are saving yourself from whatever it's doing as it reaches its hand inside of your body. You now can see the creature there, and your light spell in the light, bright radius is now shining into the corporeal form, giving it so it's bouncing off that light, and so everyone can see it as visible. Pardon, you're up next.
I guess I'll just vicious mockery. This one next to me.
Okay. Takes 6 points of psychic damage as you mock it. What do you say?
Nobody wants your cooties. Don't touch me. And I'm just gonna stand there.
like first grade boys and girls or something here.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I feel like that'd be a Tartan level insult there.
Yeah, sure.
All right, well, guess we're playing a touch battle, so.
Touch me, I touch you. 16 connects. 7 point of light damage. You see the light begin to spread about the incorporeal frame, kind of dissipates some of its figure, but it's still there.
And since it can't take reactions, he will back up.
Anything else in your turn?
That is it. Sorry, I always forget if you want us to have the turn or not.
I let people try. I mean, I'm really quick at it, so if you all want to do that, actually we can do it as a group. I think at this point, now that you've played long enough, I tend to bring it up, but in the actual combat tracker, there is a way that you can change your turn. Like you can end your turn. So if
Yeah,
you
like
all
I
want,
sometimes do it. I never can tell if you're like waiting for me to do it. So sometimes I'll do it, but
Yeah.
then I'll sometimes I'll pass by the other one. So
yeah, I think you all have a good handle on Foundry. I think that if you all want to end your own turns, because you can do that.
I mean, I'll give it a go.
All right, let's give it a go. Let's try it out. Let's see how it goes. Surgical, you're up.
Dodge action and my turn.
Wow, that was so quick. Oh my gosh, shouldn't even be able to dodge on it. Oh, jeez. All right, ending your turn. We now come to the spirit is going to kind of turn and look towards Tardan after being mocked. Then it's going to reach out its hand towards you. Disadvantage 25. Take 12 points of necrotic damage, prompting you a concentration check on. Is your dancing lights?
Oh yeah, I guess I would probably be out of range of those.
I would
actually.
probably say you're not concentrating anymore. And you have actually failed your wisdom saving throw with an 11. As you do that, you can see that you are slowly becoming paralyzed.
I thought you were gonna say a ghost.
Goes! Ah! As you can see that the hand is still inside Tarndon, and as it happens, you see the creature pull its head back, and you almost have this effect of life force and colorations of white and black being pulled from Tarndon. As Tarndon is now paralyzed and being held by the creature and sucking the life force of Tarndon. All right, Ares, you're up. Round 2.
So I'm gonna move 5 feet away. Should not. Maybe I do. I don't know. With shocking grasp from Nereus, do I don't take an attack of opportunity, right?
Right. Do not take reaction.
All right. I want to make sure. I'm going to target the one that's affecting my buddy, although I won't tell him this, Tardan, with a longbow strike here. All right. And we all know what I'm going to do with that one. I'm going to turn it around and use it to attack the other one.
Okay. Spending your bonus
On
action to
to it.
curve the shot.
Correct. So that would be
That will hit.
yeah,
I'm
all
gonna
the
I'm
plus
taking
5s
your
minus
damage.
5.
Yeah, I'm taking your damage.
Okay.
24 total points of damage. As you curve the shot, getting a successful connect onto the side, kind of flies through the creature and goes through. Its arrow's slowed down as it goes into, then goes through and then hits into the corridor towards your south.
I was aiming for that one. Now I'll attack the one in front of Tardan again.
20 is going to hit. 24 total points of damage. You can see the arrow fly through, and the figure disperses and dissipates. As it dissipates away, Tardan is still paralyzed.
Oh shit! And I'll use my movement to get behind the group again, because I don't want to be paralyzed like Tardan. And that ends my turn.
Athos, you're up.
All right, you will move into position behind this one. Attempt to finish him off. Is that flanking?
It is flanking. You
think
do
it
have
matters,
advantage.
but-
If you want to crit fish, you can. 19 is going to hit.
Yeah, we'll check just to be sure.
All right, get the crit fish out. Okay, take the 9 points of piercing damage dealt. Go ahead and roll.
Attack.
Yeah, sneak attack 14, 9, Okay. Doesn't matter. Just put that much. So as you do, you come through, sliding through. Kind of go to a knee, and then you come upward strike towards the center mass underneath it. Kind of comes upwards. You put your arm directly through. Kind of poofs out of existence as it's no longer. Combat is over.
He touched it again, didn't he?
Of course
He
he
did.
did. It's hard.
Yes. You know, I think our friend Inigo has
Yes.
some healing capabilities.
Yeah, speaking of which, where is Indigo?
He's still upstairs.
Because I feel like Michael does a lot of this. He goes like, little setback. If you watch the stream, Michael, so sorry. I don't believe I'm gonna roll a medicine check here from Indigo, just as a skill check to give you some leg up here. But okay,
Athos would try to help with that as well.
okay,
needed.
24 medicine check. So Indigo is going to do a 24 medicine check. See this comes. This doesn't seem to be a natural, some sort of implication towards Tartan. Tartan seems to be in some sort of stasis of its particular body, as its soul is suspended between two places. This, according to Indigo, is a curse.
Do you know how to cancel it?
Indigo wouldn't have that information. You could try rolling a religion check to see if there's some sort of curse that seems familiar to religious texts or even Arcana at this point.
Hard, I hate to say it, buddy, but I think what they're saying is you're kind of screwed.
27 religion check. This curse seems to be some sort of life terrain, or transfer of soul or spirit. It seems to want to take an unwilling soul or spirit out of their body and place them somewhere else. It could be somewhere in the heaven, celestial. It could be some fertile, right? You're unclear of that. What is clear is that the creatures seem to emerge, particularly the candles, which are currently lit. Oftentimes, to you and your religious knowledge, curses are broken by the simplest of means.
So Athos will move into the corners and start blowing out the candles.
So you blow out this candle, nothing happens. As you blow out that candle, you see the paralysis end. The spirit and soul brought back.
And I was just about to slap him to see if that worked.
I should have waited.
Oh, what the hell?
Indigo, I believe we're in need of some healing.
Yeah! Let me slap ya! Let's get some healer's kits out. I love it. How many charges? We have 3 healer's kits. He has so many healer's kits. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Yeah, we bought 2 or 3 of
It's
them.
like a hoarder.
Nuts.
Tardan,
Yes.
can we please stop touching things?
No.
What did you see while you were suspended? Were you still here? Were you somewhere else? I'm fascinated.
DM, what did I see? Anything? Did I just feel stuck?
It was an area of blackness, essentially a space of void, time, area. You were free floating in that space without any sort of vision. There was no sounds, no sight, nothing. A twinkling of lights was emerging, but before you could reach and see what that was, you were brought back.
So I saw some lights. I heard nothing, felt nothing, couldn't move. It's really weird. It's kind of like being underwater with your nose closed and everything.
Interesting.
That doesn't
We should
sound
try
right.
this again sometime when we have a telepathic link established, perhaps. I'd like to hear more. But
You could just
don't.
touch one of them.
Well, it in a paralysis state, it might be hard to reason. I don't recommend it until we're prepared, though.
So you understood that, right? He said once again, for like, I don't know, 100th time, don't touch them. Like, this is a simple order. I don't know why you can't follow it.
Look, don't you have something to go shoot with that bow of yours? Onward and downward?
Glare at Tartan a little bit. Follow the orders. It's simple.
Hey, you don't give Highborns orders. Chill.
I wasn't ordering you. It was somebody else.
It's okay, girls. You're both pretty. Now, do me a favor. Shut up.
Why you gotta be so mean about it, Dougal?
Are we rolling stealth checks again? Nope.
You?
Yeah, sure.
Tartan doesn't do stealth. He's gonna ruin it the first chance he gets anyway, so...
So, stone staircase descends 60 feet to the depths. A large chamber with a domed 20-foot ceiling has massive white marble statues that reach up 2 feet below the height of the ceiling. Engraved upon them are celestial writings and runes. Stone staircase ascend 5 feet to 2 grand and beautifully ordained sarcophagi. The tapestries of pure silk are inlaid with gold leaf. They are covered in silver and gold trinkets, tokens, precious gemstones. The writing on the side of the sarcophagi show that these are both King Ohern Talthar, son of Sir Thurn Talthar, and Queen Delina, daughter of King Delron Mithrin, which is the leader named as the Mad King.
Well, he sounds lovely.
Yo, I bet you they have magic items in there.
Oh, I do recall the last time we approached one of these, someone popped out and had a conversation, so maybe wait for that before you go diving in.
Well, I need you to move first, sir.
Approach the stairs, a figure begins to form. A sarcophagi of King Telthar. As it begins to form, you notice that the figure itself is a human, weathered with longish hair. It seems to be put braided towards the back, a crown filled with some sort of stones, things as it comes upright. 2, 3 different sorts of nodules protruding upward, wearing heavy armor. Difficult to tell, a cape, surcoat, right? There's no coloration, so the form is somewhat amorphous in its forms. There is a weapon upon the back, a massive, large greatsword that seems to be attached to the back. As it forms, the voice booms. Kneel before your king!
Athos will approach and kneel at the bottom of the stairs.
Sir Dougal will kneel.
See the figure.
Sir, I'm
begins to
not from
look.
around here.
It's charred. Rest.
At that command, Ares will shove past Nereus and kneel.
Those who do not kneel. Are you not aligned? to my authority?
Nope, I'm from Tamaria. Unless you're working for Paylor. That's about it. About all I got for you.
And you, points towards Nereus.
You are not a Sea King.
Scoffs. Stand, my subjects. Your service is greatly needed. My name is King O'Hearn Talthar. I am son of Sir Thurn Talthar, founder of the Kingdom of Arthuria. It was my father's mission to bless this continent with the might and divine of Pelor, so they can see the sun and magic of greatness. I have kept that. In my time, and I was laid to rest near the Sun Tree, as my wife, Queen Delita, I was sent here by Pelor itself to serve as champion, to slaughter the undead that plague this holy city. But upon my arrival, this barrier of Pelor's light was set to shed corruption spilled from something dark and demented in this crypt. It uses the Sun Tree, the very holiest of trees, the very conduit of Pelor's divine light and magic, twisted by something that I have had experience with. In my time, I founded the Collectors to attempt to search and discover the staff of Ashtar after its disappearance, the end of the Crusades. In my possession, at that time, was one piece of the staff, one fragment. We were attempting to use it to locate the others, as the arcanist that I employed seemed to understand that the pieces were interlinked, and those who contained them would know the presence of the others. They were drawn to each other, a pull of the demented mind of Bane, very rival to my deity and my place of rest domain. Do this service to your king. Do it for the people of the city. Do it for all that worship Pelor. And you will be greatly rewarded by the deity. Put a stop to whatever channels the undead to rise. Make haste, for I fear if you dawdle and dwindle in your speed, Sun Tree will be no more.
Do you have any theories as to who it is that would be perpetrating this atrocity upon your crypt in your city?
I do not. As I lay dormant in rest, I am put into the good graces of Pelor's domain, into an area of my own imagination that I can live out the rest of my days with my beloved queen, and now my children.
Well, Tardan, I suppose we understand where your stick went now. It seems as soon as you picked it up, you someone's radar, probably whoever's down here.
I want my stick back.
Then go and claim it. Take it for your own, if you can find it.
So first off, not your stick. Okay. Second off, you're the champion of Pelor. do you have anything that may be able to help us in our upcoming battle with whatever is doing this? Seems to be something very powerful.
All those that kneel again. Come at the base of my steps.
I think we're there, so I'll go ahead and kneel.
This points the hand out towards you as a sunlight ray strikes into your center chest, blessing each of you. You've been blessed. Go with the guidance of Pelor. May your quest have victory. Once this is put to rest, and whatever channels the undead, I will restore this city and remove them completely.
Fascinating. What a perplexing thing that we have stumbled into.
I suppose we're not leaving quite so quickly.
Yeah, we just have to go kill the thing that has the stick and then take the stick.
I'm
I don't
really
know,
excited
it's-
to see this stick.
It's a magical stick. It's pretty big, too.
Now you just sound like a bard.
I'm going to take that as a compliment, even though I know you meant it as an insult.
Shall we move on then?
Let us
Begins.
go.
Slowly dissipates.
It's a shame someone's not here to say Talthar dogs.
Yeah.
Huh.
Rip Harok. I hope he's finding air pip.
So Nereus and Aether, this particular chamber, as you made your way in, your both passive investigations were enough to see the boot prints in the direction they were going. Aethos, as you begin to walk out of the corridor, now having a decent angle and tracing the boot prints out, you can see that the boot prints seem to go around a sarcophagus and behind this particular.
Let's go investigate.
On investigating, it seems to have found a groove in the stone that pushes freely. As you push it open. Secret room.
Oh, what the hell?
I'm gonna blow
So
out
there's-
this candle.
Blowing out the candle.
Yeah.
Are you blowing out the other one?
I got you. I'll do it for you.
Right.
Kayla's
Now it sounds like a trap.
Yeah, now we're gonna like it's a explosion or something gonna happen now.
You can see the corridor.
No,
is
that'll be the
roughly
first
8
time
to
I
9
cast.
feet tall. The walls themselves imperfect, crudely crafted and made of brick stone that continues from the other chamber. There's also a staircase with a lantern metallic. This lantern itself revealing the same ghastly light from the candle that's inside of that wall lantern. You can see that the staircase, crudely made of the same bedrock stone that the tile seems to conform into, begins to descend into the depths. There is
Seems
also
we
a
found.
rush of air that comes out towards you. Sorry.
Oh, you go. Seems we've found a bit more to this room than we thought. I think we should explore. Yes. Quietly, carefully.
Arden,
You have to be quiet.
don't touch anything.
Checking for traps and all sorts of malfeasance.
So as you pass into the room checking for traps, indeed you're able to find one. That seems that there is some tripwire placed on the staircase. It runs into the walls, and as you stare at through the grooves of the stonework up, you can see that there is some sort of runic arcane symbol similar to an alarm spell that is placed on the wall at the ceiling of the groove where the staircase meets.
Hold here. There's a bit of a complication.
Would you like some, I don't know, words of encouragement, sir?
By all means.
You can do it.
Oh my god.
God.
I will.
We went there with it. We did. We went there.
Alright, that's where I
Wow.
went.
You
I-
can do it.
I'm scared of the dog. I will also guide myself.
Okay.
And
Hey.
then I will attempt to disarm this.
Okay. Go ahead and make a check with your thieves' tools if you'd like, or you can use something else. If you're trying to do like a sleight of hand, depends what tools you're using here, but commonly it's thieves' tools to disarm trap.
Yeah, these tools. Is there a way to roll that, or do I just roll dex and?
You can actually
Yeah.
should see in inventory thieves' tools is there within your hotbar. You can
Oh, there it is.
inventory
I
it.
had the combat tracker on top of it. Okay.
So go ahead and roll that. It might not prompt you for the bird inspiration, but we'll see. If it doesn't, you can always manually roll inspiration, then roll the guidance as well. So it's a D8.
Yeah, I will roll D8 and D4.
Hey,
5, 2,
25.
7, 7. Nice. Exactly. So you're able to make quick work of this. It seems that the wire itself is maybe to run up to the glyph and unite that alarm spell to fill a much more large and arduous kind of alarm, an audible sense. You're able to kind of clip that, pull it to the side, remove it there. Unfortunately, this trap is not recoverable the way that it's designed. It's more of a magical trap in a sense, and you're able now to pass through, and it does not seem like there's any more traps in your way as you begin to descend down the stairs.
I think we're in the clear.
Go ahead and activate the scene. It's also a very tight room, so apologies for that. Okay. So, the spiraling stone staircase descends roughly 30 feet into a small chamber that closely matches the chamber above. You see that there is a simple stone door that leads west. In fact, there isn't really a handle to it. It's just kind of loosely fit onto a hinge. There's a lot of dirt and muck about. There's also tattered bits of cloth about the space. And you can see there's drag marks, potentially of large objects being dragged through with mud and dirt and blood.
I will examine the door. Check it for traps, alarms,
Okay.
various things.
"23. You do not see that there are any traps, locks, or alarms tied upon this door.
Shall we see who's inside? I suspect this one's not empty.
Kill them. Kill them.
Maybe. It's a bit presumptuous.
Be careful and quiet.
You pass into a small corridor that has a semi-arch to it. It's also braced. You see cracks in it as the earth itself kind of comes down on top of it. This tunnel spells to kind of brace against that with a 9-foot ceiling height. Another stone door is in front of you. This stone door does have a lock to it. It seems to have a metallic lock of some kind, similar to a keyhole, and then the same functionality as the previous doors, where that bolt kind of comes through the center stage. Noting the construction work of that door is eerily similar to this door.
Okay, I will check it again just to be safe.
Checking again with an investigation of 24, you begin to look towards the lock. It's something you can easily manage here. You know that there is also not any keys on this key ring that go to this particular one. In addition, as you begin to jimmy the handle, there seems to be perhaps something on the other side that's a wire of some kind that is held onto the handle on the other side. And ipso facto, if you attempt to turn the handle, you will pull the wire. So, what that does, you begin to look about the space, and you can see embedded into your right-hand side a small groove. Look into that groove, you can see that there is some sort of vial of a greenish liquid that's ready to be smashed out into an aerosol.
Okay, I will attempt to disarm that. Perhaps blocking that feature or disabling the wire if I can get to it.
With your thief's tools, you figure you can reach that vial and attempt to surgically remove the wiring from the vial, or perhaps the mechanism to be able to crash an object onto the vial above it. It's difficult work. It's very, very difficult, but it is manageable.
I will guidance myself first. And technically, I also have bless.
You do. You can roll as well. Total of 24 to do work. It takes you some time, maybe sweat from the brow, and you're struggling, trying to make it so whatever it is does not set off this particular trap. And you're successful with a small clip as you run your tools elongated, similar to a mechanic in a car that just can't reach that spot. You gotta jam those spanners together as you kind of come to and eventually get that wire cut. You can feel in the handle to loosen it. Whatever it is isn't pulling.
Then I will guidance myself and attempt to unlock the door.
Easy work. We don't need to get any other rolls out here. Again, it's not a very difficult lock for you. You're able to come down. A few seconds, if that. You're able to. You turn, you hear the gear kind of clicking as you're continuing to turn, and eventually it's unlocked.
So I will look back. Be on your guard. Someone did absolutely not want us in here. I'm going to turn invisible.
Perfect.
And so begins the betrayal.
Shoot him now! Shoot him now!
Athos, as you come into space, walking through, you enter a large room with metallic pillars supporting a 15-foot ceiling. 2 stone altars sit nearby the northern wall. On the left altar lays a wooden casket of some kind. A decayed humanoid body lays on the right one. A figure robed in black and green with purplish lace stands, enchanting with a quarterstaff of black, ashen, twisted wood. Appears to be chanting from a black leather-bound book riddled with magical runes. Next to him, closer to you, stands a black mithril armored figure wielding a greatsword, twisted black handguard, flesh-bound handle, and a black onyx pommel. An interesting symbol, a humanoid skull with outstretched jaws engraved at the center chest of the armor. You know this as the symbol of Bane. Pauldrons have 3 spikes on both and curve upwards. As you see the description's character, see this character, you are reminded of a similar character that spoke to the group in the Zealous Flag.
Is it that horn dog guy?
Hey, please tell me it's not Kristoff. I hate everything about life right now.
It really is Tartan's fault.
Oh!
Our new group name, ATF.
See that Kristoff is currently eating an apple of some kind, munching on it with a sword. The backdrop is business. Cheat.
Sorry, Kristoff, you have to die, sir.
You passive
Good drinking
religion.
with you.
Time is definitely not on your side. This chant is coming to an end.
Okay, so Oh, they can't see me. I was going to hand signal. I'm invisible.
You're invisible. They can't see you.
I am going to attempt to cast Sleep on the two of them.
The 27th, you're unable to put either of them to sleep.
Shit.
As you send out the spell, you can see the effect, the dazzling mist come about. As the robed figure with the staff ends the chanting, it slowly looks, stares off towards the entrance. Kristoff turns, draws a sword, chewing the apple. Who's there, huh? Come
No
on
way to
out.
Communicate quietly. Yeah.
Don't be shy.
So the chanting is still going, or he's done?
Really? Are you serious right now? Oh, why are you here?
Hey, yo, Kristoff, can we talk?
I think the time for talking is over. Your friend here used some sort of magic. Don't come any closer. I don't like that. Sword is drawn. See the figure at the back holding the staff. Well, I guess jig is up. I don't know how you want to phrase it. Caught us in the act, I guess. Tard, I really thought you were a cool dude. To be real with you, I thought you were a real bro here. All right.
I mean, maybe if you didn't try to kill me outside the crypt, we happened to be here when all
We
the dead
didn't
raised.
try to do that, right, Freemar? We didn't try any of that. Freemar, get back to fucking work. You see Freemar beginning with the staff, chanting again. Throws the apple behind, holds the sword. We're gonna blow this popsicle stand or what?
I will cast Hypnotic Pattern on both of them.
Okay. On that, you should roll initiative.
That's cool.
Okay. So I'm going to get Indigo placed down. And I'm probably going to say Indigo is going to be here, given usually where they're at. Okay. So with initiatives roll, you roll the 1 with the d4. Is that for...
For the bless.
I don't
I
think
couldn't
Bless...
remember if that applied to initiative.
Yeah, Bless doesn't go to it.
I just rolled in case.
Yeah. No problem. So as we get our initiatives rolls, the sword happens. Tard, you begin to outstretch your hand, anticipation casting the spell. That is where we're going to go ahead and roll our initiatives there. Now, looking at the time, we're at 8:35 p.m. PST, and knowing that Lesser Michael here, Michael Seprat.
Lesser Michael G.
No, I'm just
Lesser
kidding.
Michael
I'm
is
just
worse.
kidding. Come on. I'm just kidding. Just a joke. All right. Now, Indigo isn't here. I will frame it that I'm okay pushing forward, but Indigo isn't here, and we could go ahead and end. It is after the
Do we
time.
want to do 1 round and then just since Tartan was
Yeah, I was
gonna
gonna say.
cast?
Yeah, we can go through 1 round. I think that's acceptable, right? 1 round then?
Yeah,
Okay.
one round.
Sure. Let's do 1 round. Okay. Get some music going.
This may be a 1-round combat. We play our cards right.
We're good.
All right, Tardan, you are up. Round 1.
All right, so since I want this guy in the back to stop casting, I am going to use Unsettling Words. And then I am going to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay. So as you cast Hypnotic Pattern, you see the character immediately react, holding the hand out towards you as a vibration of energy begins to emerge. This is a counter spell as it begins to shimmer outwards,
Oh.
countering your Hypnotic Pattern.
We got one of those, right?
Do I really want to help Tarden?
This is the time.
Counterspell, counterspell, counterspell.
Alright, he'll flex the staff and counterspell the counterspell.
Okay, so as you flex the staff, as you hold it, you can see
Reluctance.
you can see it begin to entrace with this force as it moves up from your hands into the moon and then sends outwards. The vibration of energy collapse into that, kind of hitting it, redirecting it into another direction. Then the knock pattern fires off, begins to emit that effect. Even with the cutting word, even with that D8, it was a 2 on the roll. Freemar succeeds and does not get impacted by this particular effect. And Kristoff succeeds and is not impacted by this effect upon getting high enough with their wisdom saving throws.
I tread.
This is why I never help you, Tarden.
All right, look. That's besides the point. I'm going to step back behind everybody for a change, and end my turn.
Now come to Freemar. We're all gonna die if I don't do something. Holds out the hand, stopping the enchanting out towards you all. You see fear in the eyes, sweating. Also seems they just don't want to be here towards you, Athos, with your passive insight. Sends out a fireball. Upon sending out, shoots it outwards directly towards you, the epicenter. As this explosion emits, cracking of fire damage begins to spread about. The cavern begins, this chamber shakes violently. Rocks begin to fall downwards from this effect. I'm going to go through the saving throws just to be sure and certain, because sometimes they get kind of a little bit wonky with the rolls. So I'm going to go ahead and go through here after we get them done. Okay. So I have Sir Dougal Cottonforge. I have your roll at a 17. Correct?
Yeah.
You also have
Okay.
blessed, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it's
rolls.
on the roll.
That rolls in the. It actually rolls it with it.
Oh, it's in there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have the effect on you. Bless is going to work, so it will
Okay, I
automatically
see.
roll.
I
Yeah,
didn't see it. I got you.
yeah. So Sir Dougal Cottonforge, I have you at a 17, which is going to be a success. I have Indigo at an 18, which is going to be a success as well. And I don't think has evasion quite yet. Okay, and then we have Athos here. I have you at a 10, which is going to be a failure. Nereus, I have you at a 12, which is going to be a failure. Ares, I have you at a success. And then, Tarden, I have you at the nat 20, which is going to be a success. I'm going to go ahead and assign the damage manually, because one of the numbers wasn't correct, so I got to go through assign it. It's 24 total points of fire damage as it explodes outright.
Ooh.
I think the concentration checks for invisibility, but I
It
don't
is,
believe
yeah,
I should
don't-
be invisible anymore.
Yeah, you're not invisible anymore. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know what my concentration check is for.
Hypnotic
Dancing
pattern.
lights. Oh.
Oh,
It was hypnotic
That
pattern.
didn't
It
affect
assigned
anyone?
it to you. Yeah, it didn't affect anybody, so the Constitution drops, but it's not strong enough to remove that. So as the fireball erupts outwards, the damage itself is assigned 12 to those who succeeded, 24 total to those who did not. As it explodes outwards, you see the actual metallic hole there crack and splinter. It kind of falls down, like debris is falling, but the chamber itself sustains. You know, Kristoff turns around, looks. What are you doing? Ares, you're up.
All right, so seeing that we were a little grouped together and that kind of hurt a little bit, I will move over here, and I'm going to take a shot at the caster in the back that just shot that with the longbow here.
Having bless, 16 is going to hit as you land sharpshooter. 17 points snaps into the shoulder. Begins to grow wildly.
Same thing again.
21 hits, flying into the center abdomen, striking through, ripping into the robes. Clenches with the staff, holding it underneath the wrapped body in front of them on the altar.
And I'll take my action surge. And I will attack the spellcaster in the back again.
18 hits. landing the arrow 18 points of piercing damage as you thunk in nearby the collarbone. You see blood filling the rope. It's falling down upon the altar.
And I will do the same thing again.
23 hits. Fire the last arrow. 22 total points of piercing damage.
Jesus
Lands into the
Christmas
center chest.
tree.
4 arrows falling down upon the altar and sliding as blood begins to fill.
Yes, sir! And that ends my turn.
Sir Dougal, you're up.
Fighters, baby.
Bonus action Rage, which, again, moving to, oh, that's the measurement tool. Moving to here, target. We're going to swing recklessly. Yep. Recklessly.
Go ahead and click that feature there.
Option.
And it'll put it on you.
Control. Option?
You have to. There's actually a feature that allows you to do the reckless. 21. So if you actually click your feature reckless attack, it'll assign you an actual thing that gives you advantage. 21 is going to hit Kristoff. 7 points of piercing damage dealt as you slide through the heavy armor with the rapier between the pauldron and the chest there. I'm going to go ahead and do it for you here. Here you go.
And then I'm going to circle around to behind him to hopefully expose his back. And then I'm going to end my own turn.
Sure.
All right. So there's clearly some magical stuff happening over here. Yeah.
There is. This faint shimmering light and the glow is emerging from the 2 altars.
All right. He's gonna go ahead and cast a spell magic on this altar.
Okay. As you cast a spell magic, you can see that the altar begins to dwindle down, the light subsides.
And then you will retreat. Just in case there's more fireballs.
Okay. Hey, this true.
Oh, that was suboptimal. I need to move more quickly next time. Bonus action, he will healing word himself. If I click it in the right place, it might actually cast it.
Healing word, 8 points to you.
Move a little bit, and he is going to chuck a dagger at this angry gentleman from a safe distance.
Chuck and dagger. 22 hits. 5 points of piercing damage. Roll sneak attack because it's in melee range.
Ew.
11 total points as the dagger thunks into the back of the Kristoff. Slowly kind of turns. It's almost sideways to you, kind of getting towards the rib cage as the dagger flies in. Ah! Why?
He will end his turn.
Come to Kristoff. See as Kristoff begins to move the hands around slightly. As you are noticing that Kristoff seems to be casting some sort of magic that begins to fill the space. I'm going to go ahead and trigger this. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm going to hope as it comes outwards. It looks like it works. As a shimmering effect of spectrals begins to fill the aura and space around Kristoff. As an action, casting this and holding concentration about it, you see them begin to breathe in, almost similar to an action surge, and then go for a series of strikes as the eyes begin to glow black, striking towards Sir Dougal. First strike coming towards the advantage because recklessly swung 19 hits. In addition to that, it's tacking on a divine smite as the greatsword begins to glow and bright and ferocious. Resisting this damage, you take 16 points total. 32 is the total, coming in for the second strike as it comes swinging wildly around. 20 hits. You take 10 points of the total of 20 total damage on doing that. Sully holds the sword outright as the eyes are glowing black as spectrals begin to move around. Tardin! And looks towards you and just opens the hands upwards and shakes the head. Do you really want to watch your friend die? I don't think so. Indigo's up.
This guy.
Now, I don't know what Indigo would do here, but I'm thinking about Indigo running in, but the Spectrals are around. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Definitely running in.
Do you think Indigo would run in to flank in and just
Stunning
go for a strike?
strike.
He would
Stunning
either
strike,
run
yes.
in, or he
Yeah.
would go Hill Nereus in the hallway. Those would be the two options.
Can we go
I
and
think
heal Sir Dougal?
I was gonna say I think with what's going on with Sir Dougal, he's either running in to attack the guy that's hurting Sir Dougal or to heal Sir Dougal. It's
Well,
one
he
of the
can.
two.
He could because he gets 2 attacks, so he can punch
Yeah.
him with one, and
So
he can use one of his other attacks.
So
to
Indigo
heal.
is going to go in. Indigo is going to go in, but it's also difficult terrain for Indigo, so I have to measure movement.
I mean, he has like a million movements.
Yeah, we're going to be okay. Okay, so Indigo is going to go in here. Is going to run in. Upon doing that, is going to trigger the Spirit Guardians for entering in the first time. Indigo is able to see with a 19, but takes 8 points of radiant damage. Just begins to splinter and smash them together. Is then going to get the advantage and come in for the unarmed strike with the advantage. Is going to hit with a 23. Deals a total of 6 points of bludgeoning damage to Kristoff. Is then going to tack on a stunning strike, spending a key point. Kristoff is able to succeed with an 18 on the Constitution saving throw. Is then going to go ahead and sidestep and smack Sir Dougal in the center chest with a. Let's see here. Where is it? Hand of Healing. Get you 8 points of healing there. Now, trying to think on what they can do next. So that's 1 strike, 2 strike. But that's based on if they flurry of blows, so they technically would have 2 strikes.
I mean, he should probably roll 2 more because he could get the spell concentration down, right? Because he has a concentration check. every
Yeah, he's
time.
got 2 more
Spirit
strikes
Guardians.
left because he's going to spend another key point for flurry of blows. So he's going to go flurry of blows, and then he's going to sidestep back into the flank position and then go in for 2 more strikes with the advantage. 13 is going to be miss with the advantage, going for the last strike. 26 hits, deals 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Concentration of 29 is going to be successful, and then is going to attempt to do another
Wow.
stunning strike to attempt to stun them, spending another key point because they have a lot of them, and unable to stun them with a con save of 21. So that's 4 attacks, 2 stunning strikes, and 1 heal for supplementing one of the attacks, right? I did that correct? I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That is going to be the rest of Indigo's movement as well because it's difficult terrain. So Indigo is going to have to sit there, and we're going to go ahead and end the round there, come to round 2, and at that point we're going to go ahead and conclude the session as we go through the first round of combat as the spellcaster of Fremar seems to take 4 arrows and drop instantaneously after firing Fireball.
You know.
Do it
As we
again.
As we end the session, Athos, I know things are happening quick, but your passive insight is enough to read in onto the situation that there was something about the difference of way that Kristoff was acting and Fremar. Fremar sweating, seemed not to be motivated to do this. That there's something there that you're not picking up. And as Kristoff seems to be very flamboyantly arrogant and just could care less.
Might have shot the wrong guy.
Not the guy.
No,
Well, I
because
mean,
he was
killing-
the one
killing
that-
anybody, it's-
Fireball.
it's-
Yeah.
Yeah, he
That's
threw a
up to you.
fireball at
Your
us.
passive insight, Ares, is not high enough to see that. So you
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
go. You got to go with what you're going with, and you're doing exactly what I thought you would do. So that's totally fine.
The wrong thing.
The wrong thing, Ares. What are you doing? You're breaking my campaign. No,
I fell
You're
right
fun.
into the DM trap and wasted my action surge on the wrong guy.
right into the trap. No, okay. So experience. So if I don't know what you want to do for experience here, as we went through the last.
We're not going to
session.
level up, so I would say just combine the 2. Right?
Combine
Next
the
time
2.
to give it 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
unless
fine with
people
me.
So
want it.
I didn't give last session. I don't think I did.
We got XP last time.
Got experience.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was 2 groups this week for groups that didn't get because we pushed their experience off. So okay, so we'll combine this session with the next for experience.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. Cool. All right.
Sounds
Well,
good.
If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate sticking with us as we went later, because we started later, obviously. And I hope that you all come back for next week when we play again and see the conclusion of this epic battle for Kristoff, the Apple Eater and betrayer of Tardan's feelings.
Man,
So
Kristoff gets to die next turn. Don't worry.
ATF, baby. That's our new group name. ATF. Three
ATF.
sides.
Yeah.
It's funny. Every bad person is always like the kind of Michael lookalike NPC art so far.
Yes, that is true.
That's funny. All right. I'm going to close out the stream now. So.
Bye,
Later.
stream.